greasy. This fucking bitch cat. I put aluminum foil in it this morning. There was a lot more soil on the ground when I came out this morning. I was fucking pissed. But, I mean, that's the only solution. So I'm going to just put aluminum foil on top of all the plants. I'll clean that up in a minute. Cat and heat. So much fun. So much fun. So much fun. Wash my face. I don't feel very good this morning. You know what? You know what's crazy? Is Papa here? Yes. Awesome. Oh, I can't see very well this morning. Thank you for park the bus. Stephanie, I did park the bus. Papa, you know what I was flipping through Instagram this morning. I should have tagged you in this. No, it was on Facebook. That's why I couldn't tag you. Anyway, I was on Facebook going through reels, and there's this guy, he's like, you know, some like life skills teacher, or I don't know, like he's a coach, or I don't know what he is, but he's like, his thing is like meditation and like getting control over your mind and, you know, whatever. And anyway, he was talking about this ancient form of meditation where you stand in one place and you stare into the void. And you know what he said it does? He says it resets your nervous system. I'm not crazy. I'm just following. Very bad connection. Whoa, it's like updated. It tells us now when it's not working. Why is the connection bad, I wonder? Yeah, I've literally done it my entire life. I used to get in trouble in school all the time because I would in elementary. I started homeschooling in the middle of 3rd grade, I think. So from kindergarten to 3rd grade, I would get in trouble all the time because I would literally just be. I was in outer space. That's what they said. They were like, oh, you're a space cadet. You're a space cadet. I was in a fucking whole nother world. I was fucking and the crazy thing is like when I'm staring into space, I am seeing things. I'm not like there, but I'm seeing things, right? Fully seeing things, like almost with my eyes. And whenever I come back to like in my body or whatever, I go into my mind. Like I step away from my skull and I go like inside my mind. And so anyway, but when I come back, it's literally just like this. So this is my eye. These are my eyes, right? Looking at the world. I come back, and as I come forward, it's like the picture that I'm seeing in my mind slowly morphs into like whatever. And it's almost like what I'm seeing with my eyes was affecting the visual I was getting. I don't know. Anyways, it's really cool how that happened. Hello, my love. Stop sending me money. No, I'm not high. But no, I just saw a fucking, maybe like 20 minutes ago, I just saw a reel on Facebook that said that there's this ancient form of meditation, and it's basically where you stand in one place and you stare into the void. You do it for 20 minutes a day. And I was like, oh my God, I might do that for 20 minutes a day. Oh, I love you so much. Dude, I gotta clean up this fucking soil. I gotta do this laundry. And I need to take a shower and stuff. I need to work on my rug. I've got so much to do today. Why are my eyes so blurry today? I don't know. I was just thinking about you too, Cassie. You texted me yesterday or today? I don't remember. I just woke up like not very long ago. Like I woke up early this morning at like 5:30, and then I laid in bed until like maybe 7, and then I went back to sleep for a little bit. I guess I woke up at like 10. My watch is dead. That's why. Don't know what's going on. It's 12:48. No, you won't be watching me shower, but thank you for the $1.99. Why did I get tattoos? I was like 12, the first tattoo I ever got, and that's because I thought that like that's what you did. My family's like bikers and horse riding women and bank robbers and stuff like that. So anyways, that's just kind of what you did, you know? My first tattoo was a butterfly actually here. I was 14. I wasn't 12. I was 13. I was almost 14. And I got a butterfly, and I got it with my former best friend. And this like 28-year-old guy came over and did it, and he had made a machine out of guitar string, and like it was a prison tattoo gun. I think he was probably in prison. Mark Velez. But anyways, so normally you use a AA battery for something like that. Well, he used one of those big square flashlight batteries that have the 2 coils coming out of the top of it. So the machine was like, and it was like operating on extra high. And so basically what it did is it just like ate up the skin. And then Mandy and I went to the beach after that. And so the wings just completely fell out of mine. It was only about that big. So that was my first tattoo. My second tattoo, however, was right here. You can't see it because of the thingies, but it was right here. And it said M-O-M, and then a heart right there. And I walked around with just like thin, like literally pencil line, you know, crap. Mom and a heart until I was like, I don't know, 22 or something. Hey, Gio. How's that thing going? I'm so fucking curious about that. I'm fascinated with the idea of suing anybody on your own. I watch legal stuff all the time. See? You can kind of see the M. You can't see the O. M, and you can still kind of see the heart under there. This has been colored in twice, though. So this was red originally. Then someone went over it with like pinky purple. No shit. Well, these are, I mean, I didn't grow up around bikers. Like my dad kind of loosely affiliated with biker guys, and he was kind of, my dad was more Lynyrd Skynyrd. Like, if you had to imagine, so Lynyrd Skynyrd is like Alabama, but my dad was South Florida. So if you just Lynyrd Skynyrd, and then you take like a boat captain type guy, not like Captain Ron in the Caribbean, like the kind that wear the white shoes, the Salerno slippers. You mesh those two, that's my dad. So he had, you know, it was a rough and tumble. There was like, you know, a lot of cocaine and a lot of marijuana that happened, you know, around. For when I was born, my dad used to sell drugs at some point. He wasn't like a dealer, but like he, you know, he was always trying to get shit for free or whatever, you know. He was advantageous. So anyway, from when I was born, my dad cut a kilo up and wrote my entire name, Heather, on the glass table to celebrate. Okay, well, thank you again for the thing, but no 4C shower, no. Tino, it is Arthurian legend, Norse, Angles, mythology, or not. Dude, did you guys see what I made? By the way? Yeah, I know, right? He's I bet you anything, he's an immigrant in England, though. That's not English behavior. Udon. Yep. Mm-hmm. See? I told you. Yeah. Don't be a weirdo, please. No, not Freya. It's the... Have you ever heard of the legend of Avalon in, like, Arthurian legend? There's... King Arthur's sister was... in the myth, King Arthur's sister was the Lady of the Lake. She like was like the head bitch in charge for the Isle of Avalon. And Avalon is an island off the coast of England that you have to like, you can only go there if you've ever been there. Kind of thing. But it's my brain is cooked. Yeah, Arthurian legend. I don't know what's going on with my brain today. Dude, I just looked over and I saw my frother sitting and I was like, what the fuck? Why is a dildo on my table? And even... But it's my thingy for mixing. Why would they do that? I just had it sitting there and I was like, what the fuck? I don't even own one of those things. So I was like, that, like for a split second, I'm like, did someone break into my house and leave a dildo? Like, what the fuck? I feel so greasy. Janet, you have no idea what I used to look like. Let's ask that question. Everything is always dead all the time. All right, I've got to go upstairs. I'm gonna let that turn on. I gotta go change my pad, and I've gotta go pick my nose really bad, so I'll be right back. cat saying fucking hello? Did you hear my cat? Hello? 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 If you have a male cat in your house, I'm so sorry. Get down. Why do they make these like this? This is so stupid. Do they do it so that you could just do this, maybe? Oh. Back it up. What? Hello? 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 Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? My dog says mom. Both of my animals talk. My dog says mom, and he means it. And the cat says hello. Yes and no. I just saw Nikki the other day. She came and picked me up because my truck broke down. And so she came over and took me to go get at Josh's car. Mama, I know you want to get pregnant so bad. I get it. I do. I really do. I've been there. Okay? I've been there. The only reason you feel that way is because you haven't ever had to keep the babies. Okay? I raised them. And then I found them homes. Okay? Dude, she's got like her nipples are showing. Like, but they're not puffy or anything. It's just that they're just like, she's literally laying around on the ground, rolling on her back, and like throwing her little legs in the air. Immaculate conception, maybe. Bro, I don't want to do anything close to adulting today. But I have to. I really need to buy new mascara. I wonder how much money I have. I could turn on the light. That might be revolutionary, huh? I'm having a stroke, Heather. Mirror. It's gonna be funny to watch how the random comments shift in tone. Tips of my eyelashes never want to like hold mascara. It's like two different people. And that's what being a blonde does. Everybody's like, oh, I want blonde hair. I wish I was blonde. I wish I was blonde. Yeah, right. Until you actually are. And it looks like you're bald all the time. New mascara really, really badly. Representation, so I'm at my level for a second. What's going on here? I got like itchy little red spots. Why are there two itchy red spots there? Thanks, Papa. This is all the makeup a woman should ever wear. Is just a little color on the cheeks, a little mascara, maybe some color on the eyebrows if they don't have any. Sometimes I put on lipstick, but I hate that shit. Maybe I should use the mirror. Oh, you know what I want to do too? What did I do with it? Oh. This shit is so old. Something ain't right. This shit ain't coming out very much. I think it needs to be scalped a little bit. There's the good stuff. Hold on, baby. I'll be right there. That's better. I'm coming, bud. Hold up. Ooh, that's going to be too much. I'll be right there. Blending is for the gays. Did she say hi, bro? Did she say hello, brother? Easy. Good boy. All right. You good, homie? What if I did like a little... Nah. My science experiment. More like a sociology experiment. Watch how the random comments have changed from what they were just 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Starly. Thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely have pets. Oh, really? I thought you said subbed for a second. I was like, what? Oh. You're like looking at that? But then I read the word. Yeah, that they go from telling me how ugly and awful I am to complete shift. The men in the comments changes. It goes from being like, you know, you were here already. The comments have a direct shift. It's fascinating. Fascinating. And the view count will probably go up. Oh man. I gotta clean up that soil. And I have to finish cleaning my kitchen. You know what I could do though? Oh no. Left it out. Still good. I'm glad I put the lids on it. Yesterday, I spent like, I don't know, 2.5 hours juicing limes by hand because I wanted to make key lime pie. So I made key lime pie last night, yesterday actually, and holy crap, is it fucking good. is a thing of beauty. Look at that. Perfect key lime pie. I made the meringue. I made everything from scratch. I guess I didn't make the sweetened condensed milk. It's better. It's better cold. It's way better cold. You can taste the freshness of the lime. Like, you can tell that I didn't use lime juice, that I actually used fresh lime. All right. Om nom. It is very rich though. And it's early for me. I don't want to throw up. Dude, I need somebody to drink this soda. So I can get rid of this. It's like a month old. Oh yeah. Here's all the limes. Tiny little fucking limes that I had to juice. 40 of these fuckers. It was therapeutic. How cool is that? How far have I come? I used to have to buy pie, and now I can make it. I love pie. Limes need to mature a little more. Oh, I can use this for my idea. Fuck yeah! So I didn't want to throw away all these limes that still had like a little bit of juice in them because I was juicing them with a fork because I don't have a juicer. So I was thinking I could make some kind of cleanser with vinegar and lime juice. And that's what I think I'm gonna do. Where's that thingy at? Don't I have one of the... Oh, it's too big. Somebody around me has chickens. I live in the country, I guess a lot of people probably do. But I actually heard a rooster this morning, like 4:30. It was nice. It made me happy. I knew I could hear some girls. I thought I heard like... But I don't know if I'm actually hearing it or not, or if it's in my head, because I'm just so used to hearing chickens all the time. Like I still hear my chickens all the time. Like kind of like how when you don't have your phone, you think you hear it vibrate. That happens sometimes to me too. If I'm not wearing my watch, I could swear sometimes I hear or feel it vibrate. Phantom phone vibration. Should I use white vinegar or apple cider vinegar? Use apple cider vinegar. It's the full one. I got gallons of both. I guess I'll do a half and half mixture so that way it's nice and strong because the white vinegar is a lot stronger. Oh, my knee. Stop. Singes the nostrils. Should do another one. I guess I gotta go back on my fucking liquid IV supplements. It's pretty fucking lame. So behind. Just from a week of not drinking water. I'm gonna have superpowers now when I go outside. I'm gonna be able to see all the things. My eyelashes are dark and my eyebrows are dark. So I'll be getting some sun shielding. I can literally see my eyelashes. Because it's my life and I can do whatever I want with myself and my life. Life is meant to be experienced. Yeah, no, I'm definitely giving some away. There's no way I'm gonna be able to eat it all. I was actually thinking about that while I was rinsing off that stuff a minute ago, the thingy. I like trailed off talking about the pie because I started thinking to myself, I was like, you know, I was going to say this out loud, but I just said it in my head. You know, I actually don't even really care about eating the pie. I was doing it yesterday because I was having a mental health episode. I was having basically a panic attack yesterday. And, you know, in conjunction with dehydration, my pre-existing heart issue, like everything that's going on right now is a little bit stressful for me. And so, I had to do something that was new, something that I could accomplish, something that was a new task to me, something that would, you know, stimulate all my dopamine, something I could do for a long period of time without getting bored or irritated or you know, whatever, discouraged. I needed to be successful at something. So that's what I did. As I performed a task that I knew I could achieve and I could be successful in, and that would take literally all day. That's what I did. And that's why I made the custard, because I was like, well, what am I going to do with myself now while I wait for this stuff to cook? And I guess I'll make custard now. Because I could not stop. I had to keep going, and I had to busy myself all day yesterday so that I could reset my nervous system. And I'm not crying today. I don't feel like crying today. And so it worked. Bye, Gio. I love you. Thanks, Dark. Yeah, I definitely do. I just moved into this house. I mean, if you just look at my profile photo, I just moved out of my bus. I lived out in the woods for a really long time. This is as close to civilization as I'm comfortable getting. Thanks, Tino. I really hope so, too. I mean, overall, life is wonderful. All of my dreams are coming true. But, you know, it's always when things are just really wonderful that the devil comes up and tries to sabotage your joy. And so bad things happen. And if you haven't spent a lot of time aware that that is the cycle of things and training yourself to be resilient during stressful times, then it could throw you off your game. And then you could accidentally self-sabotage this great thing that you have because this random bad issue pops up. You know, it could become your life, like, oh my God, this is my life now. Or you could be like, oh, that just happened. Fuck. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess we're gonna have to just see what happens. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have no solution to my problem as of right now. So I have no solution. I'm just focusing on not stressing out, making money, doing what I need to do, you know, because that's the right thing to do. But yeah, you know, this weekend was rough for me, emotionally, mentally, physically. You should get an RV. I think that we should ponder our issues, but we shouldn't sit and focus on them. We need to like go, okay, well, this happened. What are some options that I could potentially solve? What are some ways I could potentially solve this right now? And if you can't think of anything, then you go, okay, well, I can't think of anything right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to busy myself with work, hobbies, whatever. And if something could be solved, it will come to you when you're busy and you're busying yourself. You could sit there and just go like this the whole time in misery, wondering, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Or you could be being productive and doing something and accomplishing a goal, feeling good about yourself for that reason alone. And then the idea comes to you while you're busying yourself. You know what I mean? I think that's what we need to do. Idle hands are the devil's tool. For real, it's serious. I mean, like, these old phrases come from somewhere, you know? Yep. That's exactly how I like to think of it, Tino. Yes, tire the flesh. Right, exactly. Go MAGA, exactly. You should do it, Papa. You should do it. No, I don't cover my hair when I sleep. I put it up over my pillow like this. So it's over my pillow at the top, like along the wall usually, or sometimes it'll fall. Sometimes it's like clumped up like that, but it's never under my head or anything. I can't stand them touching me in my sleep. I am like Princess and the Pea. So if there's like a wrinkle in my sheets or anything like that, if my pillow has a lump in it, it will literally make my scalp go numb, and I'll like lose blood circulation or something, and it goes to sleep. That little section of my head will go to sleep. I can't sleep. It has to be my pillow has to have no wrinkles. It has to have no lumps. My bed has to have no lumps. It has to be like firm but fluffy, so soft but with some give, like soft but not mushy, because then it'll hurt my back. And I have to sleep on my back, and then I put a big old stack of pillows and blankets under my knees, and I put my knees up like this, so I sleep like this. but with my head elevated a little bit too. So actually, I guess I kind of sleep like this. I kind of sleep in the fetal position, but on my back. I am wearing makeup at the moment. It's just mascara and blush. Oh, and my eyebrows are drawn on. But I don't have like makeup on. I have a zit, or is my tattoo an eye? I have not had a tongue piercing since I was 14 years old. Yeah, it changes my face completely, just a little bit of color on my eyelashes and eyebrows. Being a blonde, it's like being a blank canvas. Like if I was to put on blue eyelash color, they'd be blue, you know? So any color I put there is gonna be vibrant. I am in my kitchen right now. Yep. Oh yeah, I got my thing because I was gonna show you guys. Someone said earlier you look better before all the tattoos and stuff. I got you, hold on. I hope you're ready for this. I don't know what you think you know. I mean, I guess I was pretty cute when I was a baby. Hold on a second. Thanks, Jim. Look, this is the when I gave birth to Elliot. That's me just after pushing him out. Let me see what else we got here. Oh, there's me and Josh. The liquid is tea. My midwife put a tea bag of like all kinds of nourishing herbs because I had just pushed a baby out, you know? So that's not blood. Look at the baby. He had a mohawk. You see? That one's a little too revealing, I think. Okay, hold on, let me find them. Oh yeah, this is how I used to do my job. There's my backpack vacuum. And with Elliot strapped to my chest. All right, let me find this picture. Oh, here, Papa, look. This is Money's mother. That's Money's mama. That's Selkie. That's the Selkie mama. Look, Elliot and Selkie. Look at how tiny he was. Look at that gorgeous little boy. All right, where's my freaking old pictures? I probably already passed it. I think it's right around here somewhere. All right, are you ready? So this photograph was taken Thanksgiving of 2017, all right? Thanksgiving of 2017. Are you ready? So tell me again how I looked better without all the tattoos. You were saying. Come again? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I was 200 pounds. Hold on, there might be another one. That's the good one, though. There is another one. Ah, here's the other one. This one is before I dreadlocked my hair. So this was in probably 2009, maybe. I dyed my hair red right before I dreadlocked it. I dreadlocked it and then I got it back. You want to know how I dropped the weight? And I've never gained it back again. I would love to tell people how I did it, but you're not going to want to do it. You're not going to want to do it. It's work. And I did very little exercising. Like I did some like hikes here and there. We had just moved to Oregon when I lost all the weight. So one thing is I started working on myself inside. I started treating myself with respect. I started realizing how I was not the best person. Like I stopped seeing myself as a victim. I stopped seeing myself as a person that things happen to. And I started seeing myself as an active participant in literally every situation I've ever been in my life, both good and bad. And that was step one. I wrote 2 books, okay, about how I've become who I am today from that person. Not about the weight though. But so truly, I started to care about myself a little bit more because I had completely resigned myself. I was like, I'm gonna be fat forever. It is what it is. I'm the matronly mom now. I'm perfectly fine with that. Whatever. I accepted it too. That's another thing is I completely accepted the fact that that was could possibly be my reality. And if that was the case, I was okay with that. I truly came to a place where I was okay with being fat and I didn't give a fuck. I didn't care if people stared at me or I didn't care if I did not get looked at by men or whatever. I didn't care. And so I then to just like on the full actual weight loss thing, like steps that I took to actively lose weight. They were very easy. The weight just melted off my body because I did these other things though, you know, with my mental health. If you are miserable, it's going to be hard to lose the weight. And that's just the facts of it. If you are in a bad relationship, if you are being treated badly by someone in your life who you love, like you need to clear your life of the people who are toxic and do make you a victim. And then you also have to accept the places where you maybe aren't the best, you know, you're not a perfect angel, and reflect on what you have done and how you could do it differently next time. How would you be more moral, right? Okay, whatever. So then to just lose the weight, I followed the bulletproof diet. Okay. And I say diet because it's not really it's just a way of living and eating. I don't do it now. I only did it for about 5 months. I lost all that weight. I'm not even kidding. I lost all that weight. I went from 200 pounds to 140 pounds, 130 in 8 months, maybe. The weight just dropped off my body. But anyway, so I did the bulletproof diet. So basically I ate as much food as I wanted. With the bulletproof, you can eat literally as much food as you want. The only thing that you want to avoid is prepackaged things. You want to eat like good protein, good vegetables. Like you could eat as much physical food as you can fit into your body. And then also you don't cook your food ever in the microwave. You never cook your food above 265 degrees. So you cook your meat until it's about to reach temperature, and then you take it out and you let it like just ambient temperature finish itself off the rest of the way. You test your meat to make sure it's reached a safe temperature and all, but you do not pan sear. You don't, you want no carb, you can do the Maillard effect, but you have to be very careful because the Maillard can end up in a burning carbonization very easily. And so you want to, if you go online and you type in bulletproof diet, you can find in Google Images, it's like red, yellow, green. Red, don't ever eat this shit. Don't ever cook your food this way. Yellow, it's okay sometimes. Green, you can eat as much of it and cook your food this way as much as you want, eat as much as you want until you're so full you can barely walk. And you can literally eat. That's the thing is I could not be restricted. I can't do restricted. Someone else can't tell me what to do. I can decide that it's logical for me to restrict myself in this way, and I will adhere to it, and I will reward myself at the end once I have restricted myself, because I have self-control. But I just don't like, I'm autistic, whatever. So I don't like regular diets where I have a lot of restrictions on me. I can't count calories. I can't fucking do that bullshit. I'm sorry, I can't. So you just tell me what can I eat as much as I want of, and then I'm gonna just eat as much as I want of that. And you can season your food, all the herbs, all the flavorings, all the spices, and you can have like juices, maceration juices where the stuff is like being with the corkscrew thing. You don't want to do the high speed juicing because it kills all the enzymes. And that's why you don't cook your food over 265 degrees, because with the bulletproof diet, what you want to do, the microwave eliminates and kills any enzyme in your food. You want your food to have all of its enzymes and all of its aminos and things. Like, you want these things to be alive. You don't want to kill it off. And yeah, I did that. And I also kind of, towards the end of the bulletproof thing, I started to get really on to it, like getting really excited about losing all this weight and like feeling better. And I was like just eating all healthy things anyways. So I did this, I did a Dr. Morse protocol. Dr. Morse is, he is a doctor in South Florida. He is an iridologist. And so I followed his mucus-free protocol for about 2 months. And that transitioned into like a little bit of like raw vegan, a little bit. And then that transferred into, I did a little, I did Banana Island one time. That was longer ago. That was before I lost the weight. I'm starting to kind of conflate things a little bit, because when Elliot was born, right after Elliot was born, I did this Banana Island thing where I only ate bananas for 30 days. I was just curious, and it wasn't to lose weight or anything. I was just being weird. And I did raw vegan, and then I did regular vegan, and then I started making vegan food. But that was all when Elliot was really tiny. I lost all the weight in 2018 when I left. I also left my husband. That's another thing that I did, is I separated from Josh. We were very toxic at that time. Two very unhealed, toxic people. Well, so the thing is, though, is that the reason why the bulletproof diet is so amazing, and specifically the Dr. Morse, the mucus-free protocol, is because those two protocols of eating, ways of eating, they reset your thyroid. So, like, you see what I eat, Papa. I don't gain no weight. And obviously I can gain weight because I used to be fat, but now I can eat literally whatever. I lived off of M&Ms for like a month. I lived off of biscotti with chocolate on it for 2 months. Like, what else have I eaten that I lived off of that you guys have seen me eat? Where I just ate nothing but that. I ate nothing but spaghetti for like a month. I ate nothing but salad with blue cheese for like 2 months. I don't know. I could eat literally whatever I want now, and I never gain any weight. It's because I have healed whatever that was in my thyroid. I'm also very active, though. Yeah, I'm 5'3". Yep. I healed my thyroid with I read a book by this guy. His name is Dave Asprey. And I found him through a guy named Vishen Lakhiani. I read a book called Code of the Unbreakable Mind. And that book led me to a book called 40 Years to... No, not 40 Years to Zen. It was Biohacking, I think. It might be 40 Years to Zen. I don't know. Anyways, so Vishen Lakhiani and Dave works with Dave Asprey. And I discovered Dave Asprey. Dave Asprey is the inventor of bulletproof coffee. And So bulletproof coffee is fucking amazing. If you just switch from regular coffee to bulletproof coffee, you will just lose weight. You'll have more energy, you will feel better, and it tastes like sweet, creamy, delicious coffee. And it has no sugar in it, 0. But anyway, so Dave Asprey is the one who invented the bulletproof coffee concept, or brought it to the United States, because people in Peru and like the mountains, the Andes mountains or whatever, they've been doing that shit forever. I don't know if that's Peru, but you know what I'm saying. So people in the mountains, they've been doing it with yak's milk. That's why Ren and Stimpy has that whole thing about yak's milk or whatever. Anyway, so in the mountains, they do this. And so he went there on some like, rich guy, I can climb mountains discovery thing. And he just, commercialized it, brought it here. But he also, with that, he also wrote a book called Biohacking on his own. Dave Asprey wrote the book Biohacking. And in that book, he teaches men, there's a video online of Dave Asprey giving like a TED Talk. It's not a TED Talk, but it's like that. Dave Asprey teaches men how to have a 30-minute long orgasm. And like he has figured out like all kinds of ways to literally like hack your biology and to make you healthier, more fit. He's a rich guy. He's like the original, that guy that's famous for like doing all the weird things to try to stay young or whatever. He's like the original one of those guys, but not a lunatic. That guy, other guy's a lunatic. Coffee originates from Ethiopia. I get it. But yak's milk is in the mountains, in the Andes. And that's where the bulletproof concept came from. So I would not suggest you to get a tattoo at 19 years old. No. Yeah, if you're having serious thyroid, I would 100% think about a 30-day juice protocol. Like there's this, God, what's his name? Juicin' with Joe. There's this guy online, his name is Juicin' with Joe, and he has a 30-day juice protocol that is so fucking amazing. It will completely reset your taste buds. It will make it so like vegetables taste good if you can get through this 30-day protocol. And he does it, he's got it set up for you so that you're getting nutrients that you need. You're getting a lot of soluble fibers that your body needs. You'll be full. But if you can make it through 15 days on the Juicin' with Joe 30-day protocol, you could do the Dr. Morse protocol. You could do the bulletproof diet. You can eat literally as much food as you want and you will lose weight. It's the method that you cook your food, and it's not eating anything that isn't, just eat home cooked food and don't eat grains and stuff like that. It's really super simple. I didn't realize I was supposed to be some kind of like vegan or something. And the patch on my face is supposed to leach chemicals. It's supposed to. That's literally its job. Is that the same? It is. Weird how people are mean and nasty or whatever, rude, but they just keep coming back. They can't help themselves. Gluttons for punishment. You wouldn't catch me eating no turd sandwich. No thank you. Not you. You're just like, give me the turds. Everybody, I'm eating turds. That's what you say. Oh my God, did you hear Tom Segura is divorcing his wife? Yeah, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. That was another one. Yep. And like, I could get away with it. You know, whatever. Let's see what's going on in the bricks and the minifigs situation.
Everybody, so much stuff keeps happening, and then that's like
I really need to go do rug stuff.
Many new things on top of the other things that are from the previous.
My machine is broken. I broke my machine.
Still literally.
I wonder if I have like replacement parts.
The reckless bin case, and so, or the Lego, you know, more like the Lego bricks and minifigs case that reckless bin uncovered or started to shed a light on, and also now covering, you know, the reckless bin aspect of the case and all of that. So I do have my notes up here. What are we going to get into today? The thing that I found out earlier that I'm going to start off, I know you're going to ask about this brick by brick shirt. This is actually merch from my brother / cousin, Tostino. We didn't do like a DNA test, but I just think that's my cousin. And he has been saying brick by brick for a really long time. Like, before
I want to make more food, but I don't have like, I can't make food.
And I got it.
I'm not going to eat it.
This specific shirt I am wearing. It has these bricks on the back. They have different colors you can choose from. I don't get any money from this, but every time I wear this shirt, I get a lot of people asking me, where's the brick by brick shirt from, where they can get one. Obviously, this is my friend. It would be cool if y'all go get a shirt, but this is not my merch. I get no money from this. I get nothing out of it at all whatsoever, other than, you know, helping my friend out or whatever, but he didn't ask me to do this or anything like that. I put the link down below, and he has other brick by brick shirts if you don't like the crop top. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna get to that later. Alright, what else I wanted to get that out of the way because people are gonna be asking. It happens every time. I think I've worn this shirt like two or three times, maybe 4 times now.
Orly, do you want some bacon?
Ever since I had it, and people always are asking. So that's how you can get the shirt. Okay, so the thing that I wanted to push the live back,
he smells it,
to look into a little bit more, was the relationship between the
bacon
balls and the McNabb.
He's a good boy. To bacon. Mama, you want bacon?
I'm still like right now trying to figure out where I want to start with this, because it's kind of like a multiple-headed hydra at this point. I have a few things I want to talk to y'all about the Brim Hall situation today. There's like a few separate kind of like topics, but they are, I could really lead with any of them, so I guess let's recap.
Hey, did you ask?
Let's reorient ourselves or whatever.
She likes the bacon too.
With some of the stuff I've already covered on this channel. Okay. For this, I'll bring up the map/web.
You ate all your bacon. That's Money's bacon now. Good boy.
So, if you will recall, this is my map/web. This is not like AI. This is just my sort of...
I don't want to use that stuff on my dog, though. I wonder what I need in order to make... I would need ashes. I wonder if anyone has a grill around here. Do you think they sell lye at the store? You think they sell lye at the hardware store? I want to... I guess I could go to the, like, animal place. I just don't want to buy, like, dog shampoo because it's so gross. I don't want... He's really got a really sensitive skin. I want to give my dog a bath. Don't look at me like that. Don't yawn. He just got a stress yawn. It's not happening right now. Don't worry about it. But he needs a bath. So, I need to buy some shampoo for him. I don't want to use bar soap on him. I guess I could use... Let me see if it's safe to use Castile soap on my dog, right? Because I did buy this. I'm just afraid to use it on myself because it's got all the fucking Jew magic on it. It literally says magic soap. Yeah, so I don't want to use that anymore. Dude, they changed it. I've read the Dr. Bronner, I've got dreadlocks, okay? I've read the Dr. Bronner's bottle multiple times throughout my life, and it used to be scriptures on the bottle. It's not scriptures anymore. It's like some fucking... It sounds like some hippie on like ketamine and meth wrote some like weird shit. It sounds fucking manic. It's weird. Go read it yourself. It's wild. Oh my God, the lady who married Tom Segura. She actually seems like a really decent person. You know, I mean, she's LA, so there's a baseline. Like, the bar is very low already, but she actually seems like she's, you know, emotionally mature, which is weird to me. Like, I couldn't imagine how. And the funny thing is, she stayed with that man. She got with him when he was fat and he, you know, his worst self. And now he's like lost weight and he's like doing the Joe Rogan thing. If you say that you're a diehard fan of Joe Rogan, I'm judging you, but not because of like the reason everyone else is always like, oh, the manosphere. It's not even it. It's not even it. Like, that's not even it. It's just that he's a fucking propagandist, and it's very, very obvious. And so if you follow Joe Rogan, you're obviously not awake. Like, your eyes are shut. Like, I watch Candace Owens, but I very much know that she is a propagandist. She has her own motive. And see, like, you got to realize, like, it's like the three Abrahamic religions are fighting with each other right now, okay? And it's like at its peak with Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, right? It's like, it's reaching this like weird thing. Candace Owens is pushing Christianity, Catholicism. Okay? Candace Owens is trying to convince everyone to go Catholic, to be a Christian. And, you know, the other side is doing what the other side is doing. So I still listen to what she says because it's the Charlie Kirk stuff and I'm interested in actual evidence. Our interests are aligning right now. And so even though we don't have the same fundamental beliefs, and I understand and I acknowledge, like, and every time she talks about Catholicism, I roll my eyes. But I still want to hear because she is actually coming up with evidence and I want to see and I want to hear. I also just like to know. And so I don't like Joe Rogan, but I do listen to it on occasion, you know, if he's got someone on that I actually want to listen to. That's the only reason I ever listen to Tucker Carlson. Same thing, is there's someone there that I am curious what they have to say. But also, Theo Von. Theo Von is a part of it. If you are a Theo Von fan, you are also been fooled. And the reason I know that is because, like, you know, Theo Von was on Road Rules, right? You know what the rest of the real world / Road Rules crew are up to? A lot of them are influencers on social media that are pushing a political agenda or a Christian agenda. It's very interesting. We literally live in the Truman Show. Everything you see is theatrical and being acted out. We've been overtaken by the theater kids. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I still think if you understand that, if you're going into it with that understanding that this is all bullshit, we're being lied to by literally everyone. The only people that you can trust is like literally you and me. You know what I mean? I watch other people's live streams that are in other places so I can see what's happening on the ground in real life. I don't want to watch someone in a studio like putting on some like, oh, let me pretend to be a robot for fucking gifts. That's lame. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not participating in that bullshit cycle. I'm not going to try to sell you shit you don't need. And that's why none of my social medias do very well. My live stream does very well. and that's it. But I'm convinced that like half of the viewers in here at any given time are bots. So probably more than that, to be honest. I don't believe for one single second. There's no way that, you know, there's consistently 200 people, and there, if on the analytics it shows on average people don't stay in my chat very long. Like, so these bots are literally coming in and going out, coming in and going out, but they're doing so at such a rapid number that it's made my analytics show that only like 4% of viewers tune in longer than like 10 seconds. And I have chats with, you know what I mean? So based on that and the fact that the numbers are so high and the likes aren't, like, this is actually pretty decently high, but usually my videos only have like 14 likes, you know what I mean? Like, so there's no way that there's consistently 100 to 200 some odd people in my chat at any given time, and the likes are like 12, 15, you know what I mean? It's very clear that there is a non-human element. And I believe that YouTube is now, I'm starting to think, because I was like thinking to myself, like, would my op pay actual money to bot my stream? Like, but not like, it's not like I'm being botted with comments. I've just got more viewers, and that's made my income go up. Like, not very much, but it's made my income go up and my follower count go up and my watch hours have gone up. But like, I'm starting to think that YouTube is doing that thing that Bigo, the other live streaming app, the one that's like the ghetto of the fucking live streaming universe. Like, if you, like Kick is for kids, or for like bad troubled teenagers, and Twitch is for gamers. TikTok is for, you know, it's like the MLM and the fucking robot people. And then YouTube is just like real life. But Bigo is fucking ghetto. Like, actually the ghetto. Like, not like black people, like, I mean, like, it's like all criminals doing criminal things. Like, that kind of ghetto activity. Like, there's people of all shapes and sizes and colors on that app, but they are all either doing S work, or they are doing selling things, or they are like doing weird, creepy drama channel stuff where they like really, there's no protection for people on Bigo either. But that app, when you first start out, your very first live stream, for a while actually, until you start to build up a little audience for yourself, which can take time, there's like 50 bots in your chat, and the bots will comment, and everybody knows it. It's like, this is a thing that's known about the app, is that when you first go live, there's maybe one actual human being in your chat and the rest are all bots. And they do that to encourage you to stay on the live app and to like want to do it. And the bots ask you questions like, what's your favorite dance? Or what's your favorite ice cream? It's just like shit like that. Like, literally those two sentences are actual examples. And I'm wondering if YouTube is now doing that too. Yeah, they're selling things. So that's the thing, is that there are truth tellers that aren't compromised, but you have to understand that those people are not getting sponsorships. You want to know someone you can trust? Dre Dossier. Let me show you. This is someone you can fucking trust. And I will put my money on it. Because she's poor, like the rest of us. And she's she's independent. Let me show you. Hold on. And she's on all social media platforms. TikTok is where she started. She's on YouTube now. This one. You can trust her. Don't trust me. Go and look for yourself and then find out for yourself. Don't trust me. But you should be curious. Like, that's the thing, is people don't trust people and they're uncurious. I don't trust what you say, but if you say something, I'm going to be like, oh, well, let me just see if that's true. because I'm going to want to prove you wrong, right? Something. You should always be curious. Don't ignore the message because the person delivering the message isn't someone that you like believe and trust. Take the message in and go, I don't believe that's true. And then type it in and find it out if it's true or not. Did you read a comment that I left this morning? Lily Spree? Because I left a comment about that this morning. I don't know if it was on TikTok or YouTube or where. Yeah, are you saying that based on, like, have you actual, like, because I just made I made commentary about that this morning, so it's just funny that you said that. You know how, like, a few months ago, the internet was all abuzz with all those, like, people, like, what are these sounds coming from underground? People out in the middle of the ranches and shit were hearing, like, rumbling under the ground, like there were, like, trucks driving underneath them. And, you know, they're doing all this, you know, digging underneath the White House. And then Elon Musk has that boring company, you know, where they're doing digging underground in New York City and LA and stuff like that. So anyway, just putting all the underground pieces together this morning, and I was like, what they're doing is they are putting data centers underground. They're building and putting data centers and bunkers and things like that underground. They need buildings with a lot of capacity, or with the ability to handle and hold a large capacity of computer systems. They want to put us all on digital ID, right? They want to put us under constant surveillance with flock, and they need computers in order to operate those things. I think the data centers that they are building above the ground are meant to distract us so that we spin out of control trying to get rid of these data centers that are right here in front of our faces and whatever. While meanwhile, they're putting the real data centers underground where we can't access them, we can't blow them up, we can't burn them down, we can't riot them, we can't revolt and, you know, pitchforks and all that. So I think it's all tied together, and I think that's what they're doing. I think they're putting data centers underground so that they can just keep going with their digital ID thing, and they're distracting us with this data center shit out and about right now. Yeah, but Phil, underground, there is an unlimited supply of water. The earth is full of water. Like, we're a water planet. So there is fresh water deep in the earth, and they know that. Okay? You have to look at the if you study the, what's it called? The Reshat. Is it the Reshat structure? Yep. Okay, the Reshat structure. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. That's something different. Hold on. I gotta find out what I'm thinking about. The Osiren. That's what it's called. Okay. If you do any studying on the Osiren in Egypt, that will help you to understand that water is there's a lot more water and than we have any clue of. That's why they're trying to destroy all of our natural springs and they're trying to concrete and pipe all of our natural tapped into the ground earth water access. They want to poison the water that's in the rivers and the streams and the lakes and the runoff so that they can then sell us our water. Like this is where we're this close to like having all of our water taken from us. And they're using weather manipulation to do desertification on the United States. Florida is having fires, and they've been planting in our heads, what is it called? Global warming, and then it became, global change, whatever. It's not warming anymore. It's just global change. I mean, obviously what we're doing on our planet, what they're doing to our planet is and they're making us like go on to fucking paper straws because they're poisoning our planet. So we have to live under restrictions so they can continue poisoning it and we can slow down the speed. But they are also using machinery and weather manipulation, the HARP and all that jazz. Not just the HARP, there are other things more fine-tuned. They have the Tesla earthquake machine. So they're doing things intentionally to make it so we do not have access to water. They're making it so we cannot grow our own food. In Oregon right now, they got enough signatures. It's in its next stage of bureaucratic, whatever. It's in its next stage of the bureaucracy. They got enough signatures because they lied to people and they told people that sign here if you care about animal rights. The actual bill that they're passing is you can't hunt, you cannot fish, you cannot raise animals for food, you cannot own horses, you cannot do horseback riding. Like they're trying to completely eliminate our ability to raise animals and hunt. And they're poisoning our water. They just got done. I watched them with my eyes. I was like, why is a fucking helicopter spraying chemicals on my mountain right now? I watched it with my own eyes. I looked it up. They're spraying glyphosate in the mountains where there was fire because they want to slow down the growth, whatever. No, what they're actually doing, poisoning our water. And two, they're trying to kill off all of the small growth so machines can get in there and they can fucking take the trees. That's what they're doing. They can't get their machinery in there with all of this, like, it's small, but to us, it's taller than us. These 12-foot tall blackberry bushes and fucking, Japanese 9-root, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. There's just all this bramble and growth, ferns and shit, pine trees, vines, English vines. It's hard to get through. And so if they kill off all of the small stuff, they can then get their machines between the trees, and now they can harvest the trees and get them out. So that's what they're doing. They're spraying fucking weed killer on our woods. It's the earth, the wilderness. And in the place where I just moved from in Oregon, where I watched this happen, everyone in the whole region drinks and showers with mountain runoff. Why are they spraying that in our mountains? It's just they don't want us to be self-sufficient. They are putting us into a place where we are completely reliant on them. I've been talking about this for literally 7 years. This is why I bought land in the woods. This is why I bought my bus. This is why I moved out into the woods. It's only gotten worse, but unfortunately, I couldn't find a team of honest people to join me. And so, back to square one. I still own the property. I still have my bus, but it's a whole thing now. I'm back in a little bit more in society. But we have to get to a place where we are self-sufficient to some degree. You have to learn how to be a little bit more self-sufficient. Well, that's definitely happening with AI. They're trying to, you got to realize Okay, so on Tucker Carlson a while ago, again, I don't watch Tucker Carlson. I only watch him when he's got an interesting person on that I want to hear that person talk. So he had this guy on who was talking about, he's a scientist and a preacher, pastor, bishop, something, whatever, high up in the religious hierarchy. And he was talking about how in ancient times they thought of the brain as a sensory organ, like your nose or your eyes. So like ideas are not yours. They're not coming from you. It's in the ether, whatever. And you are picking up on that idea. So, it's like, someone's whispering to you. That can be a good or a bad. Like there's evil whispering in your ear. It's literally where the idea of the devil and the angel sitting on your shoulder and saying, who are you going to listen to? That's the exact same concept. If you have some kind of bad thought, evil or disgusting thought or whatever, you can choose like, ew, what the fuck? Why did I even think of that? No. And move on. Or you could be like, yeah. Same thing with good thoughts. And once you listen to the one enough, it becomes very easy to not listen to the other. You know what I'm saying? Like you were exercising a muscle. And so, picking up something light is very easy when you've been doing it for a long time, right? So I think that what they're trying to do with the AI essentially is they are trying to harness that, they're trying to build a little human mind that can essentially, I don't know. I'm still kind of like building on the idea and all that. And it's a working theory, but I do think that they are attempting to essentially, and I mean, I'm going to use religious terms. I am not religious. I'm not a Christian. Okay. So I live a Christ-like life. I am a scholar of Christ, but I am not a Christian. I do not believe that Jesus was the literal Son of God. I don't believe that stuff. So we'll agree to disagree on that. But I live as close to Christ-like existence as humanly possible because I believe that he was right on the fucking money regardless. So I think that, for lack of a better term, they are trying to get a direct line of communication with the devil or the source or whatever, so that they can then harness or bring about this demonic force and give it access to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So like the algorithm right now is just a inanimate ones and zeros, just doing a bunch of systems, but at some point it could actually have a purpose. Like, they already programmed the algorithm to show you content that could lead you to a certain line of thinking, right? Imagine if that algorithm had consciousness and was able to literally tailor suit everything to your biggest fears, your worries, your preconceived notions, and what kind of a persona could be baked in that kind of propaganda. So that's really what I think they're going to be using it for. I definitely 100% without a doubt believe that 1984 was given to the writer of the book. I think that Orwell, right? Was his name, right? Orwell? Orwellian, right? Yeah, so Orwell. I believe that Orwell he interpreted, he picked up on the book. I think that was like, again, lack of a better term, the good side, the angels, God, whatever, saying like, hey, dude, guys, this shit's coming. So like, we need to like warn you. You should write a book about this. It's totally hypothetical. And, and I think that it's obvious. It's very clear that's what they're doing. Have you guys seen that they changed Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Have you seen the video? I saw it like 2 weeks ago, and then I just kind of forgot about it. And then I saw someone talking about it yesterday, and I was like, oh, that video must have really gone viral. I saw the video when it only had like 300 likes or something. And then I forgot about it. But anyway, so this lady was watching on her streaming Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and you know the scene where Charlie is being given his birthday gifts, and this is the original, okay? Grandpa Joe and all the grandmas and grandpas are in the bed, and the mom gives him like a sweater for his birthday, and then Grandpa Joe uses his last of his savings money. He was gonna buy something for his pipe, but instead of buying something for his pipe, he used the money to buy Charlie a Wonka bar because they were trying to get the golden ticket. And so everyone watched him open the Wonka bar, and then no, there wasn't any golden ticket. And so he literally splits the bar, and then he gives a piece to each of his family members. He shares the Wonka bar with his family members, right? That's how you remember it, right? Right? Have I missed anything? Yes, this is the Gene Wilder version, the 1970s version, 60s, 70s, yeah. That's how you guys remember it, right? Well, on the streaming service, okay, when he opens the package that Grandpa Joe gave him, it's a fucking moon pie. It's a moon pie. And he breaks the moon pie up, and he's giving the people the thing. They are changing our media. They are changing news articles. Anything that is digital, they can change. They can change it. And if you haven't copied, you know that little old lady who got famous in the 90s because she had recorded television on videotape for like the last 35 years, every TV show. She had like multiple VCRs going at all times. She's the one who's got the real info of what actually happened. They change shit. If you don't have a physical copy, like a physical book, a physical record, a physical CD even, if you don't have physical media that you can operate and utilize, anything can be changed. And it's mass gaslighting. It's been going on for a really long time, and they've been calling it the Mandela effect because they want you talking about these fucking wild theories about, and I do believe in the multiverse stuff, or not the multiverse, but the dimensional, I believe in, multiple dimensions, and I believe that it's very possible that CERN very likely could have accidentally blown up our timeline, and we've shifted into a new time. That's why things are just so fucking weird and like don't make sense. But also, realistically, like I give room for all those theories because I'm not there. I physically wasn't there. I don't know either way. So I give room for every possibility. I believe in it and I don't believe in it at the same time. I wasn't there, but it's fun to think about. Anyways, I do truly, though, believe that they are changing our media and they are gaslighting us, and they're letting us go off on all these little tangents because they want us to busy ourselves with what's not right. It's the same thing with the data centers. They want us focusing on the data centers that we can see like pimples on the surface while they're busy below ground, building the whole thing for real underground, where we don't even know what's going on. We can't protest what we don't know. And we're all so busy and so focused on these data centers that nobody's listening to the 3 people on the internet talking about what's going on underground. And that's how it works. That's how they're able to continue doing this. Bread and circuses. Yep. What? I'm not eating food. I need to vacuum the floor. You're sitting in my dirt. Yeah, I need to vacuum. You're in my dirt. He's like, I know. I'm laying it on purpose. So that's the only thing you can do, Tino. Okay, like you got to think of it this way, right? When it comes to people like me, and the reason why I have become okay with the idea that I am not, most people aren't like me, and it is very lonely to be this kind of the person that I am, that has I literally live a Christ-like existence. Like, I don't do anything to harm others. I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal, I don't manipulate. I just don't do it. I am in a free fall with God. I am not trying to make reality mine. I am allowing reality I'm participating with reality. I'm not trying to manifest. I'm not trying to conquer. But you're distracting me. Okay, anyways, as I was saying, I forgot what I was saying. So what I've come to realize is if you wanted to illuminate, light up a 1 million square foot warehouse, you wouldn't take all the lamps and put them in one corner of the warehouse, would you? No, you would spread them out. None of the lamps are going to be next to each other, unfortunately, for the lamps, but you spread them out far enough so that each lamp lights up the area around it, and if you get enough lamps in there, all the area will be illuminated, right? That is exactly what it is for people like me. We're not meant to be right next to each other. We are meant to go as far out into the world as possible and then try to influence people by being our best selves and letting people see like, oh wow, you could actually survive and thrive in today's world without lying, cheating, stealing, or being manipulative? No way. I'm going to try that. And by influencing other people, then that person becomes a lamp, and it lights up, and it's like a little ripple effect. My analogies are overlapping, but you get it. Yeah, he's trying really hard. And he's literally laying in the dirt that I have to vacuum up. What? Are you hungry? Is that what you want, food? I guess I can eat it. I want to get that little thing on TikTok. Or I wish I had a metal bending thing. I want to get a sheet of metal, of aluminum that's like I don't know, half a centimeter maybe. And I want it to bend. I want it flat right here, bend here, and then bend so that it kind of just sits on the edge. And then it's a big stainless steel, aluminum, whatever, surface to work on that I can pull off, hose off, clean off, put back, counter stays out, don't have, can wash it. That's what I want. They're selling them on TikTok for like $40. You got me fucked. I want to find someone who does machine work, and I just want to get one. That's why, man, I wish I had a fucking dad, dude. Not having a dad sucks. I feel like that might be no good. Let's get you a fresh one. How's rosemary flavored lamb dinner sound? Instagram message. He's a baby boy in the baby world. He's a baby. No money. Money's like, oh, that's for me. Spoiled. Spoiled rotten. There used to be a way to flip the thing around, but this and this. Sardines, anchovies. He loves fishness. So this and this. And then I also got this, but thanks, Tino. The truck, still same. Haven't done any work on it or anything.
Did you know one of the most mysterious ancient sites in all of
I'll be right
Egypt
back.
is not open to the public? I'm going to try and give you a little rundown about what the Assyrian is, what we know so far, because it's a real head scratcher. Nobody knows who built it, when, or why. Like, what actually is it? So, let's get into it. Way down the bottom of the River Nile, there is a place called Abydos in Egypt, which is one of the most ancient places in Egypt. We can find 1st and 2nd dynasty graves there. So people were here literally 5,000 plus years ago, maybe even more, and it's just a super old place, bro. In Abydos, there is a temple called the Temple of Osiris, or Seti the First temple complex, which actually isn't that old. The temple there is dated to around the Middle Kingdom. We know who built it, we know why, no mystery there. What is mysterious, though, is that around the back, below the ground level of the Temple of Osiris, we find a thing called the Osirian, meters below the ground level of the surface of the temple above. Are you with me? This is looking down from ground level. This is how deep into the ground the Assyrian goes. There is a mysterious temple complex deep into the earth. And don't let the photo before confuse you about how big this site is. We find a thing called the Osirian, meters below the ground level of the surface of the temple above. Are you with me? This is looking down from ground level. This is how deep into the ground the Assyrian goes. There is a mysterious temple complex deep into the earth. And don't let the photo before confuse you about how big this site is. It is huge. We are talking huge megalithic pillars built deep into the earth. Each of these are cut from one block of granite, and they are estimated to be weighed around 70 tons each. And originally there was pillars, and as you can see the blocks on the top, they would have gone over to create like a roof. This is just the top of what would be a 5-story complex going into the ground. Just for size reference, this is me. I'm nearly 6 foot tall in these platforms. Look how tiny I look next to these huge, massive granite pillars. Also note that there is not a scratch of decoration in the entire complex. It is all minimal, it is all megalithic. It kind of doesn't look Egyptian. You know what I mean? Now, it's not just the impressive stonework that makes the Assyrian incredibly interesting. Notice the nubs above here, but it's the water. So around the central island of the
This is why I'm playing This Is the Water.
Is water. There's a moat. And guess how deep this moat is? Guess how deep. If you fell into that, guess how deep that went down? 15 meters. This goes down. They did seismic scans of the area and found that it goes down at least 15 meters. Not only that, the central island is hollow. So that shows that it could maybe have chambers. Can't say for certain because no one's been inside because it's full of water. But what's going on here? Here's a diagram to show what I mean. I was that little person standing up there next to the huge megalithic pillars. I was standing on top of a huge...
Hold on, I'm coming. You want to go outside? Money is in your way. I will move the kitty girl. Sorry, Mama. I didn't want to have to move you. She was laying right in the way. Okay.
Huge 15-meter granite island, potentially with a chamber inside. There is 15-meter pure drop of moat, and then the side walls is 15 meters of walls going right into the ground, equivalent to a 5-story building. Now, this is where it starts to get really insane. The scientists were like, well, where does it stop? Where's the foundation that the building complex was built on? Turns out it doesn't have one. It is literally plugged in and resting on 900 meters of water-impregnated sand. And so before you get to anything remotely solid, it's 900 meters. Now, we only rediscovered the Osirian in the late 1800s, and they only started to really try and excavate it around the 1920s. And one of the first things they tried to do was get rid of the water so they could see how deep it went and check it all out. Only they couldn't, because the water in the Osirian is completely unpumpable. They have been trying to pump out the water since the 1920s, and even with modern equipment that could pump out like 500 gallons a minute, they cannot get the water out of this site. It just keeps refilling because it is sitting on 900 meters of water impregnated sand, which is coming up from a natural aquifer, not the Nile. So when they tested the water in the Osirian, they found out that it categorically is not coming from the River Nile or any other local canal or river. It is a very specific type of aquifer water on this site, which is probably why the ancient people knew this for a reason. They built this whole complex for a reason, because of the water. But if you cannot pump the water out, it brings into question, how the hell did they build the temple? Please, if anyone has a good theory about this, because it keeps me up at night. But literally, you can't use any of the modern methods of sandbagging or pumping out the water, because you cannot redirect the aquifer. It keeps just refilling up. So how did they get to build the wall 15 meters down and the chamber and line up the precision? Like, how did they do it? But also, why? What is this whole site for? Does the water do magic? Well, I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but one of the dudes who has been excavating and researching this site like since the 80s, he decided, once they tested the water and found out that it was not Nile water, it wasn't wastewater, it wasn't coming from anywhere else but deep within the earth, and it was safe to drink. Bit dirty, but safe to drink. So he decided he was going to do his own experiment for his own entertainment, and he was going to drink as much of the Osirian water as he possibly could. And he said he drank gallons of the stuff. Obviously, he filtered it first, but anyway. And again, this guy is a legit scientist, and he claims openly on his YouTube channel that after he drank gallons and gallons of this water, he didn't notice anything, apart from when he went to have his eyes retested for his driving license, because he's always worn glasses and always had bad eyesight. He now has 20/20 vision, and he can't say it's because of the water, but he can't think of anything else that changed leading up to the change in his eyesight. Does the Osirian water have healing properties or some sort of something? We don't know. Now, whether or not the Osirian water fixes your eyesight is yet to be investigated properly. But one thing that was with quantifiable data is the thermodynamic properties of the Osirian water. It is being heated by a source that they cannot find. They're not sure why. It is also displaying some really weird results. They did multiple tests. Repeated tests, and they found that the water appears to not stick to the rules of the laws of thermodynamics. For example, heat cannot pass through a cold body and retain its heat, yet the Osirian water was able to do this when flowed through various apparatus. So there is a huge question mark in working out why it is appearing to betray the laws of thermodynamics. Right, this is part 2 on the Osirian, the crazy mysterious site in ancient Egypt that is not open to the public. Let's recap. So this is the Osirian site complex as taken from current ground level. So this is you're standing at the back of the Temple of Osiris, which is a Middle Kingdom.
I found a video that was both parts put together, so I don't have to play that game.
This is the top of a 5-story, 15-meter complex.
Just a moment.
That they cannot pump out because it's being constantly built up by an ancient aquifer. So this is the Temple of Osiris, which is the Middle Kingdom temple. It is beautiful. Look at this. It is at current ground level. The pillars are made of beautiful, small little chunks of limestone, I believe. And the entire complex is carved with the most colourful, ornate Egyptian
this is a stunning temple. It is nothing like the temple out the back underground. Nothing architecturally links these two temples together. So it is difficult to see how they could have been made by the same people. What's also interesting is the shape of the Temple of Osiris is nothing like any other temple site in Egypt. All the other temples tend to be in a straight line or like a kind of rectangle shape. The Temple of Osiris is in an L shape. I'll show you from above. Wow. This is the Middle Kingdom temple as seen from above. And you can see that instead of continuing straight as following the form of all other ancient Egyptian temples, it suddenly veers and creates this L shape. And after the temple, not connected to the temple, there is distinctly not connected in any way the Assyrian and the Temple of Seti, or Seti's temple. Also, you can see that they're not even aligned. So if you were going to design a two-temple complex system, why not align them? Because you really could. It would just shuffle a little bit. You can see that it is on the wonk. So it is contested which temple came first. Here is another view from kind of bird's eye. You can see the Middle Kingdom temple and then the Assyrian behind. Now, this is apparently the area that's highlighted is the area that you would need, the space you would need in order to dig the 15-meter 5-story complex that is the Osirian. So if you were going to build the Osirian after the fact from the temple that is above, you would need this amount of space in which to do it. So according to the scientists who were like working out this archaeology, it's impossible that the Assyrian was built after the fact from the Middle Kingdom temple. It had to have been there first because physically they're too close together yet not connected to be able to be. Do you see what I mean? What am I trying to say? Do you see what I mean? Basically, you need that much space to build the first one. So therefore, according to that, this has to be. That was a very long way of saying that. You get what I mean. So there is a theory that Seti, when he was building his Middle Kingdom temple, they were laying the foundations and setting it all up, and then they were digging down and they hit the top of the old Assyrian temple, and then they had to rearrange the design of their temple and make it kind of fit in this shape. There are arguments saying that this shape is obscure for a purpose and that there's like esoteric meaning behind it, so it's up to you which you prefer. But it is possible that they had to redesign the one above ground because of the one below. Now, at the front end of the Assyrian complex, you can go through a doorway and into a hall which has a granite vaulted ceiling, very similar to the ceilings that we find in Giza. So over here, we have an image from the second pyramid in the Giza plateau. And here we have the vaulted ceiling from the chamber of the Assyrian. They both contain 30-degree triangle vaulted ceilings. Now, why this is weird is because according to the mainstream timeline, these pyramids were built thousands of years before the potential timeline of the Assyrian. So at least we're looking at an old kingdom build for the Assyrian, according to the look-alike architecture. However, of course, the pyramids are contested for being however old. So if the pyramids get pushed back a couple thousand years, therefore potentially so does the Assyrian. And just to really show you the difference of architectural style between the temple above ground and below, here we have huge megalithic, precision-cut, 70-ton pillars, and there are a lot of them. No inscriptions, no hieroglyphs that are original to the Assyrian. It's not giving the same designer. You know what I mean? Again, this is me. I'm nearly 6 foot in those shoes. This is how huge this temple site is. Sorry, I'm so excited. Now, there is one other site in Egypt that looks very similar to
I was just thinking of that, Tino. Weather manipulation.
Temple, which is the temple in front of the Sphinx. Now, we know that the Sphinx is contested date-wise because
you know how people are using the cloud busters and they're using like copper and can't remember the other stone, but anyways, I think
have records
causing
of the
rain
being repaired.
There's also an Egyptian a pyramid that smells like ammonia inside, and the new theory is that they were producing ammonia, fertilizer.
Which, if why are you repairing something that you apparently just built? So there's some questionable questions to be asked there. But also look at the style. There is 0 hieroglyphs. The wall pattern on the side is very similar. The fact that it's like shaped with the pillars, you can see what I see. So I would say there's a really good argument that the Assyrian is at least Old Kingdom. At least. And we can contest even that. So what do you think? How old do you think the Assyrian is based on the style? Let me know. Ancient Egypt is really famous for building up, like the pyramids, but actually what I think is even cooler is the fact that they built down. You have huge 100-foot, 125-foot shafts and sort of complexes underneath the Giza Plateau. And clearly at the Assyrian, we have a 15-meter, 5-story complex that's underneath. So I would bet all of my money that there are probably literal cities and structures underneath the sand and way out into the Sahara Desert that we just know nothing about. And I, for one, petition that we scan it all, like they're scanning the Amazon. We need to scan the Sahara Desert because we're going to find stuff underneath, 100%. Mark my words.
Did you know one of the most mysterious ancient
So-
sites in all of Egypt is not...
Based on the information of that water temple and the fact that they've been trying to pump out the water for like 100 years, literally, and the water, it keeps refilling itself. They can't use modern equipment that gets out 500 gallons like an hour or whatever, or a minute. They just can't get the water out. So that lends credence to my theory that water is literally life. Water is alive. Water holds, it's liquid crystal, you know, it's a liquid crystalline structure, and it is water, electricity, and vibration, life. And I think that our planet is alive, and the water is its plasma. You know, our Earth is a being, is a living organism. Maybe not like a being that's like, oh, you people, you know what I mean? But like it's a living organism, our entire planet, and that's why there's the cycle of life. If you just think of looking outside, how the ants go about, like that's us, man. We're just little ants. And that's why it's so important for us to accept our roles. Like when you're born on a farm and, taking after your parents, you should do that. Take after your parents, continue the legacy, continue, because you are on it's a job. You have to care for the land. They have tricked us into thinking into this individualistic mentality where we have to like leave the farm, leave our home, leave and go find our way in the big city. You know what I mean? And because of that, like individualism, now instead of like a better world, now we're all just like in our own little pods. We're addicted to electricity. We're addicted to comfort. We're addicted to convenience. We want to be we go in our car and you shut the door and you're hermetically sealed. Don't give a fuck about what's going on outside the car. You're in your own little world. Music playing. That's what it's like. And it's a deviated way to exist. We aren't meant to live like that. Native people cared for the land because they understood that they were the stewards of the land. We don't own the land. We're only here for like 80 years, man. We are stewards. We were handed it, and it's our job to take care of it, and we hand it off. We're just taking leadership for now. And what we've been doing is focusing on our own selves, and that's it. That's why manifestation is narcissism and sociopathic, because to manifest is to take your idea and conquer the world. I'm going to make it mine. It's going to be my way. That is fucked up thinking. We should be like, oh, okay, well, my neighbor doesn't have enough food to feed herself. She's stressed out. So I have extra. Let me go give to her what she doesn't have. I have extra. We're supposed to be a community. And if we all focus on literally this, you know, let's say a mile from where you're physically standing, and you only concern yourselves with the human beings that are in your proximity, and you genuinely take a care and concern on the lives of the people around you, that will infect others, and others will take on that stance. They observe you being good, and they'll be like, wow, that's awesome, I want to do that too. And it will spread. And then now, if all the community members are focused on helping each other out, everyone will be at each other's level. Everyone will be emotionally healthy, mentally fit, provided for. All of our basic needs on the hierarchy of needs are all going to be taken care of. And by default, the world will be a better place because we're all caring for our own little communities. And so what you have is a whole shitload of little communities that are all taking care of themselves and are all thriving. But it's this individualistic attitude that is, it's poison to us. You know, when you're able to keep that's why I don't care about everyone knowing. I don't have like secrets or whatever, you know what I mean? And I would have no privacy. I wouldn't care about if it wasn't for my safety. That because there's people out there that want to hurt me because I'm willing to be such an open book, and which I don't understand. But when you harbor it, privacy makes people secretive, and secretiveness makes people do devious things. And so if you are literally completely free of those types of, like, I have absolutely, I'm on live, I'm all the time, like, whatever. I treat my life as if I'm always being watched. I've always thought about that. Like, every time I've never liked doing nefarious things because I always felt like I was being watched. And so I trained myself to just do things as if I was always being watched. How would I feel if someone saw me doing what I'm doing? Would I be perfectly okay with someone seeing me do what I'm doing right now? If not, then I need to not be doing that. And that's just the way of it. And I think that, you know, that the small towns where everybody's in everybody's business, that's how you keep towns healthy. It's when people have all these secrets where deviousness comes about. But if you've got a person in town who does something nefarious and hurts somebody, and everybody's in everybody's business, so everybody knows about it, guess what? That motherfucker's getting shunned out of town. It's only because secrets would a town be like, oh, we gotta hush this up, can't tell nobody, we're just gonna pretend like it ain't happening. That's secrets. That's not healthy. No secrets means healthy shame. Healthy shame. Shame is good for you. Shame makes you realize what you're doing wrong. So, okie dokie, fake account. Does anybody fall for that? Like, YouTube, anyone who's an actual, like, on live or whatever knows that YouTube does not communicate that way, ever. They never do. YouTube will never come in your comment section and say anything to you, literally ever. And also, their live support doesn't look like that, but whatever. Don't let the doorknob hit you or the good Lord split you, country. Some people are just watching. You're the one participating. Don't you got something better to do? No, I've never had that bot before. It's a new one. But it's not a bot. It's a 13-year-old trying to, you know, just trying to make people go, oh, what? What? Oh my God, what? Wasn't talking about you, loser, but we'll just remove your ability to say anything and you have to watch silently. Or leave, whichever. Thanks, Allison. Did you check out, which ones did you check out? Because I got more. If you're actually interested, I will tell you I got some good ones. I can give you, I mean, I don't want to be like all like, oh, read my book. But if you have Kindle, you can read my book for free. So if you have Kindle, let me know, and I'll give you my book information, and you can go and read my book. With my books, I wrote 2. They're on Kindle and paperback or hardcover. They're right here, actually. These are my books that I wrote and self-published. No. Maybe I should make something. No, you can't make any food. I should stop just standing around. I need to be productive. I'm trying to soak up all the like ability that I can, just like stand in one place and do nothing, because my week is starting really hard here soon. I gotta go do the hardest work tomorrow. Why am I even making excuses or feeling, I'm like beating myself up because I feel like I'm being lazy. And I'm just realizing that, duh, I just had a really fucked up situation happen. I'm allowed to do nothing if I want to. I am under no pressure except for my own. I ain't got no bosses. Nobody telling me what to do. It's all my own rules. So if I want to bend one of my own rules, I could do that. Guilty, gone. Oh, yeah. You're a writer? Oh my God, listen, okay, so I'm not a writer, okay? That's the thing, that's the problem. I just have ideas. I would have written or published, I guess, these books. I would have gotten it all, like, because this is years of stuff. These are years of concepts that I've been, 2017 is when I really started, like, working on myself. And so, like, for the last, like, 10 years, let me let my dog in. For the last 10 years, I've been really, really, really focusing on being my best self, reading tons of books, writing down little ideas, making, making little like Facebook videos or writing Facebook posts. And I've just been kind of like collecting everything and building on my ideas. And then as I go through like live streaming and I'm talking to you guys, like I have epiphanies and then it's documented now. And so that's kind of happened. And I used to say all the time, like, oh, I wish that I could just take my videos and pay someone to edit them down. And like, because sometimes I'll just go off on a tangent and it's like really articulate and good. But because I'm not an editor, I don't do edit content. I don't do content very well. But anyway, so the reason why these books are a reality, the reason why they are not still just a bunch of notes in my phone and like scribbles and stuff, is because ChatGPT came out. And so I had ChatGPT help me edit and format my book, both of them actually. And so it's just not, I'm also very like, when I read self-help books, I can't fucking stand the ones that 90% of the book is the person telling you how by the time you finish reading this book, you're going to be able to do whatever the title of the book is. And I know that that is hypnosis, that's repetition, that is a trick. That's not real. That's not you telling me how you literally did that. You're just gassing me up to think like, oh, by the time I finish this book, I'm going to be able to do this thing. And then maybe I could do it. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, is that better? Cassie, text me and let me know if that's better. Okay, so, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, okay, so the books. So I hate it when I'm reading a book and 90% of the book is the author telling you, oh, by the time you finish reading this book, you're going to be able to do whatever the title of the book is. So when I wrote my book, I did not include any personal stories like that. I didn't include anything that was like, oh, well, when you read this book, there's no fluff in my book. I tell you literally how I went from being like so shy that I would cry, started up again. What the fuck? It's because they don't want you listening to this. They want you to be irritated by the lack of the audio, and they want you to tune out. That's why. And I mean, it's working. Let me go in my room. So anyway, I did not include any of those things in my book. I'm not fucking trying to gaslight you into thinking you're capable and confident and not shy. I want you to actually be that way. And it's not easy work. You have to do things like, so the title of my book is Lean into the Cringe. If you lean into the cringiest parts of yourself and you force yourself to be embarrassed by things, then things won't embarrass you as easily. So tell me why it's a very bad connection when I'm standing next to my Wi-Fi router. Is it working better now? But anyway, so I was homeschooled, okay? I was homeschooled and I was not socialized as a child. So to be someone who can live so truthfully, publicly, it took a lot to get there. I literally do not give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. I don't. I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do because I think that's the right thing, or because my life has moved in a certain way where I have no choice and now I have to move this way. But what you think about me is not going to affect how I see myself or what I do in my life. It will. I don't give a shit. I'm going to do what I think is right. Now, guess what? I'm alone. So anyway, my books are called, here, I'll show you so you can take a screenshot if you want. So Lean into the Cringe, Embrace Vulnerability, Overcome Fear, and Grow. That is the one, Heather Reeves. And then the second one, Overcoming Online Harassment and Thriving in a Digital Age. Become resilient. Don't give a fuck what the trolls think about you. Want to know how I don't give a fuck? Here you go. So here's the thing, right? This is a fucking genius. Lean into the cringe. That's mine. That's my phrase that I came up with. If you hear anybody say it, that's because they heard it from me somewhere and it has spread. I saw it on TV the other day and I almost shit myself. But anyway, so I'm leaning into the cringe on social medias as well. Anyway, so it's a genius branding tagline, like lean into the cringe. It's genius for the self-help genre of branding, right? Here's the problem. Apparently, best-selling books have to gaslight people. You need to have personal stories. You need to have like moments in the book where you're giving examples of a situation that may or may not have actually happened in reality, but that ties right into what you're trying to tell them to how to be the rest of whatever, right? So I know that if I could find a publisher, an editor, a writer, somebody who wants to team up with me on this, and they could help me help coax out of me personal stories or like whatever, because I can't think of that shit just off the top of my head. I'm not, and I'm not gonna lie or make shit up. So I kind of need somebody to like ask me like pointed questions. So then it makes me think about these examples, and then I can I can remember things and pull those out and whatever. So I am still kind of just waiting for that to happen. And then, maybe I'll sell 1 million books, maybe I won't. But I don't have any kind of, I am in a constant state of free fall with God, pretty much. That's how I live my life. And so I don't care about numbers. I don't care about numbers here. I don't care about numbers on any of my social media. I don't care how many views I get or how many likes or how many comments. I don't care how many followers I have. I don't care how many books I sell. I just don't care. And I have absolutely no, my happiness is not dependent on any of those things. My happiness is dependent on whether I have enough food, I have enough clothes, I'm clean, showered, clothes are clean, my bed is nice, my bed is clean. That's one of the most, that's my happiness. If my bed is dirty, if my sheets are dirty, if my bed, my sheets need to be washed, I'm miserable. Just know that. Inside I'm miserable. I need my basic human needs, okay? And that's what my happiness depends on. But how successful I am on social media isn't one of them. I don't hinge on, like, it's not like I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. Nope, I don't date at all because all men are terrible. Unfortunately. I mean, there are some really good men out there, but see, here's the thing. The really good men are actually single because they're going through the same thing that single women are going through who are like me, is that we have high standards and we will not settle for anything. And unfortunately, the people that we bump into on a regular basis who would be available to us are just not that. We may come across somebody who's into the same, like, there's a guy who live streams who I bet if we got together, we'd be like a perfectly great couple. But like, it's, you know, it's off, you know? So we live a jillion miles away and we have our own lives, and it's not something that is even a thing. So I don't have any desire to complicate my life with nonsense. And when you're in a relationship with someone who isn't being their best self, you show up as your best self, they show up as their best self, and you both want to have an active, happy partnership. If most people aren't on your level that way, if you even are, right? So, but for me specifically, I don't come across people who are on my level, and I will not compromise my happiness to argue over who, like, didn't change the toilet paper roll, or like, you know, just, I don't want to argue about literally fucking anything ever. I don't. If I have to argue, it's because the goal of the argument is resolution. It's not to prove I'm right or to be more right than the other person. It is to resolve the conflict. And so the entire argument, there should be no name calling, no screaming at each other. I'm a loud person, and when I'm passionate about it, I do get loud, but it's not like yelling at you. It's like, I'm just loud. I'm just like, dude, like, I don't understand why this thing is happening. It's like that, right? So if I'm in a relationship with someone who takes offense to that and interprets that as yelling at them, that's a whole new, I ain't got no fucking time or patience for none of that bullshit. I also am a mother, and I would rather any free time that I am not, you know, my son's on vacation right now in another state with his dad, but I don't want to lose any time that I have with my son. So I'm not going to compensate. So any time that is my son's time, that's his time, and I'm not cutting it in half for no man, no guy I just fucking met. That's my child. I just met you. No, I don't know you. And so, like, I'm not interested in taking any time away from my kid, going on dates, getting to know somebody, going through that rigmarole of meeting we fall in love, and you got to meet their family, and is their family crazy? Do they have fucking kids that are decent people? Do they have exes that they have kids with that are decent people? Like, it's just not something I have any desire to get involved with. I don't want that in my life at all. And I am so happy and so content being able to do whatever the fuck I want and not having to explain why I'm doing it to anybody. I don't have to explain myself. I don't have to plead my case. If I want to go and buy something, I don't have to talk to nobody about it and then say, oh, but it'd be such a good idea because of all these reasons, don't you think? Because if I'm in a relationship with someone, it's a 50-50. I'm not going to spend money without talking to them first. That's not respectful of their partner whose life is also affected by what you do with the money. So because I have a healthy respect for other people, I just like being able to do whatever the fuck I want too much. If I find somebody who will let me do whatever the fuck I want, but see, here's the thing. What I want is like to go make rugs in the garage. What I want is to like live stream and do chores. You know what I mean? It's not like I want to go cheat. I want to go drinking with my friends. It's not like that. So like my wants are very simple. I don't need to get my hair done. Don't need to get my nails done. Don't need none of that bullshit. What I want to do is I want to go do cool things. Can we go do cool things? Okay, maybe. But I don't want to have to answer to nobody. And don't get me wrong. You know, being a single woman is difficult. There are a lot of things that, man, I sure could use a dude right now. Like my car and shit. But instead of thinking to myself, man, it's such a shame I don't have a boyfriend, I think to myself, damn, dude, it sucks that I don't have a dad. That's where my brain goes. So if I had a dad, I'd be set. I'd be good to go. I would never, ever, ever date again if I had a father, if my father was alive. So. I'm a Pisces. Pisces sun, Virgo moon, Aries rising. But so like Pisces can be very toxic people. I actually don't really like being too close to Pisces people unless I know for sure they've spent a lot of time working on themselves. Because Pisces men, I don't know if I would ever feel safe enough to date a Pisces man. That's how they are. They're the ones who will cheat and then like get mad at you for like looking at someone in the grocery store. My son is a Gemini. Is this like, okay. I think I spilled like butter or something on my shirt. I thought it was water, but it hasn't evaporated yet. There's a tear in my shit. I'm gonna kill the cat. Armpits were driving me crazy. Gotta find that pocket. I just drilled it myself. Concentrating too hard. It's drying. My deodorant's drying. Damn it. Horoscopes are different than astrology, Tino. Horoscopes are made up by a person who may or may not have actually studied astrology, but astrology is real. We are affected by the moon, right? So if we are affected by the moon, why wouldn't we be affected by the magnetic fields of the other planets? We are affected by the magnetic by the magnetic fields and gravity. And that is how astrology works. It's magnets, magnetic fields and gravity and all that shit. I don't know why I'm having such a fucking hard time speaking. Horoscopes are pseudoscience, but astrology is, I mean, it's ancient. And like, I mean, I don't believe that we should, like, horoscopes are obviously garbage, but things like tarot cards and whatnot, it's just, we're not supposed to know. If we were meant to know, we would notice and we'd know. So I don't think that we're supposed to explore those things, you know, too deep. A little surface level exploration isn't so bad, but people who are doing spells and trying to create, like, manifest, make, like, change reality through spell work or whatever, that's not good shit, man. Not good shit. I've got to do something with myself, dude. I am absolutely going bonkers, stir crazy. I really don't want to fucking give my dog a bath right now. I need to do that. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time going out and making a rug. Having issues. I might need to buy new markers. That was my issue before. Is my black marker is running out, and I accidentally lost the cap on the very first use of my giant marker. I should go buy markers so then I have no excuse. It's warm in here. Make my shoulder feel better. Try and stay consistent. I need my drink. I need socks. I like ginger men, but I don't like ugly ginger men, the same as I don't like ugly non-ginger men. And unfortunately, the combination of pale skin and red hair can sometimes, with the features of the individual, just be not right. That's how it goes. I'm actually more attracted to men with red hair than I am. No, I'm a natural blonde. My hair is clear blonde. Julio! There he is. Oops, I have a post on Facebook that's accidentally kind of going viral. Okay, maybe not viral. My version of viral.
Mind map that I made, I populated it and put links and stuff. That being said, this is not facts. This is not statements or allegations. It's just a way for me to visually, two-dimensionally organize my thoughts and research, and nowhere near all of my research is represented on this map. This is just kind of an overview, and it does keep changing around. So this is as much out as I can do, but it does keep going and going. The blue rectangle here represents an entity known as Legally Mine. It's a company that helps people set up LLCs and other types of businesses. It's owned by Dan McNeff. That's the father of the owners of Bricks and Minifigs. This is just a review. I expect that you know most of this already. He went to BYU, I guess. Okay, so this is the blue square or rectangle is Legally Mine.
I should get away from the bed a little because I was hitting it yesterday and that was irritating me.
Only because they are Dan's sons, but they worked at Legally Mine, I believe, as officers. And yeah, I think Ammon was president at some point of Legally Mine. And again, it was his dad's company, but at some point, Ammon took a share of the company, so he became an owner. And so at some
Baby viral.
later, maybe
A few
5 years
thousand.
later from when I was able to tell, but I really don't know exactly.
My posts usually get like 5
But
engagements
sometime after
on
Ammon,
Facebook.
Matt also took a
So it kind of caught me by
Matt
surprise.
ended up with 10% of the highest that he had owned.
All right, I don't really
And
care
Ammon-
about the nuances. Someone's talking about the fact that Erica Kirk could be the daughter of the satanic cult leader who was high in the military. He has like pointy eyebrows. I can't remember his name right now. Michael Levino. Michael Levino. Apparently, Erica Kirk is the biological daughter or granddaughter. Oh, and JD Vance. People have always been saying how JD Vance and Erica Kirk look like they could be related. And it would make that hug make a lot more sense if it was truly not sexual, right? And that's why maybe JD Vance's wife really doesn't care, because she knows they're actually brother and sister. They're not, I mean, they probably have, but because you know how those Satanists are. But if you do a fucking side-by-side comparison of half of Erica Kirk's face and half of Michael Levino's face, dude, and then maybe like an overlay of fucking JD Vance, it's wild. I saw one and I was shitting myself. I was like, oh shit, you know what? And here's the thing too. Did you know, and you can Google this if you don't believe me, did you know that Taylor Swift is the great-great-granddaughter of Charles Carmine Baldy, who was a Charles Carmine Antonio Baldy. This is Taylor Swift's great-great-grandfather. He is famous. Oh, actually, look. There's Taylor Swift. See? It's 100% factuality. It's B-A-L-D-I. Yep. This is Taylor Swift's great-great-grandfather. And did you know that Taylor Swift is also related through her father to, hold on one second, I can't remember, is it Crowley? No, it's not, hold on. What is... Hold on a second. Okay, so it's not Crowley, it's Anton LaVey. So have you ever seen, hold on, let me, Zena LaVey. It changed it to Dina Lacey. Fucking asshole. Zena, do not change it again. LaVey, do not change it again. Okay, so this is Zena LaVey and Taylor Swift side-by-side comparison. These people are all related. These people are all related. It is all a show. It's like bread and circus. It is all a show, and these people are all related. And like these crisis actor people, dude, have you... was anybody alive when the Oklahoma City bombing happened? You know, I thought that Timothy McVeigh was killed by lethal injection. Didn't you think that? Isn't that what we were told? Meet Paul Wysopal, the head of the FBI in Florida. He actually just recently moved to Texas, I think, and coincidentally he lives 1 mile, 8 minutes by walking from the sheriff who was in charge when the Vegas shooting happened. This is Paul Wysopal, guys. So there's that. So everybody, it's all connected. We're being lied to constantly, you know, and that's why there's only look, the bots are all gone. So see what I was talking about? This is what my numbers are usually. I believe that most of the people in here are probably human right now. This is what I am accustomed to. This. But the 200, 150 people, isn't it funny how when I started talking about this stuff, all the bots just left? It's like weird. It's almost like they were rewarding me for talking about anything other than kids' dinner time. True story. We used to joke about that. So she's my friend in real life. This is my friend in real life, Cassie. She's actually a YouTuber also. You should check her out. She probably doesn't have much new stuff. I don't know if you're posting new stuff, but she is a gold prospector. So she like goes out in the woods and she like finds gold and like stones. She just sent me a bunch of rocks. Remember all the rocks I showed you guys? Probably not. There's mostly new people in here. But all the rocks that I just got, she sent them to me. So she's awesome. Anyway, so, you know, it's just very interesting, you know, once, and like I said, like I listen to Candace Owens, I listen to her show every day, and the reason that I listen to it is because it's something new. It's like new information. I want new information. I am tired of listening to the same, you know, 12 or so people talk about things. She's coming out with new information. I like that. I can tell when she's a propagandist as well, Okay, Candace Owens is not, she has her agenda, and hers is the Christian Catholic specific agenda. She is trying to convert as many people to Catholicism as possible. And the reason I know that this is her propaganda is because I see the people who cover, so I listen to Coach Colin, because again, it's talking about things that I'm interested in, and it's from a different perspective. It's, you know, he's one of the people that I listen to that talks about and goes into deeper the things that Candace Owens talked about, right? So that's why I like to listen to him, because I want to hear new information. Well, he's been talking about how, you know, Candace's influence, you know, he's been really interested in Catholicism over the last year specifically, like really since Charlie Kirk was killed. He's been really like, he's gone to Catholic church a few times, and he's got this like life coach who apparently converted to Christianity around the same time that he did, and that now he's a Catholic, and so they're talking about Catholicism. And then there was a prayer that Candace Owens had posted on Twitter the other day about you know, don't let the evil poison the minds or something. I can't remember the scripture, but he was talking about how his dude had given him that same exact scripture like a week before. And I guess that in Catholic Church around the whole world, they're doing the same service, the same mass, they're talking about the same things and reading the same scriptures that are like all Catholic churches like on a schedule. Is anyone Catholic? Do you know that? Does like all Catholic churches across the world do like the same thing as each other? Is that how it works? But he said something about that. And anyway, so the reason that I don't take her any deeper than face value is because I know that she is working for the Catholic Church. There's a war on your mind right now, and the three major Abrahamic religions are battling right now for control over everyone's mind. And you know, the goal obviously is the one uniting and becoming like an amalgamous blob of like federal oversight, the New World Order that we were warned about. But in order for it to come together like that, it has to go into utter chaos. And so the three major Abrahamic religions are trying to leverage belief in God to convince people to do awful things. We're living in medieval times, like in the Dark Ages, basically. And so instead of doing that, become your best self, follow Christ, as, you know, do as Jesus would do. Whether you believe Christ is the Savior, Son of God or not, it doesn't matter. If you just follow Christ, or you're good. Like, he's actually really got the best ideas, and like was, you know, a wonderful example to, you know, to copy. So I think that religion, they've been pushing against religion so much, and I don't agree with organized religion. I really don't. I believe in God for sure. I believe in God, but I think that a lot of the teachings have been intentionally misconstrued so that we seek someone else to look to instead of looking within ourselves. And they've twisted even that and made it into a completely individualistic society who's anti-God, anti-religion. And you know, there's a battle of like actually good and evil happening like right before our eyes, and our minds are the target. Power and control is the ultimate goal for, you know, they because you have to think like at some point you have all the money and all the power and all the control, and so like what is there above that? Like Bibi Netanyahu, for example, like what once you're like so powerful, like what other than it makes you think of things in a more spiritual way? Because like they have these people, you know, Thiel and all them, they have access to all the money, they have access to all the power, and they have access to all this control. But like, what are they seeking more? Like, what more could you want? Like, this doesn't register with me. So obviously that means there's something other than those things that are it's very meaningful. And, you know, human beings we are little droplets of the body of water that is God, you know, and each of us are separate little droplets. When we die, we bloop back into the big, you know, droplet in the sky, or whatever you want to call it. And when we're born, we're little rain droplets coming down into the earth. We are literally all one. We are the same from source, having different experiences on this planet. And bad things happen because every experience must be experienced. That's just how it is. Everything must happen at least once. It's the way it works. And I think also, I was thinking, before I thought about God being like a droplet in my mind, you know, that kind of a visualization, I had this epiphany about electricity, and I was like, okay, so electricity, every movement of our body is an electric current. Our muscles are utilizing electricity in order to move. Our brain, it's electric signals. Everything we do within our body, it relates to an electric current and the surge, or whatever words I can't think of, right? We are electric, literally, right? What if when you die, that electricity, it's energy, it doesn't go in, it doesn't cease, it goes somewhere else, right? So what if the electricity that we are harnessing from the ether, whether that be through water or wind or whatever, what if the electricity that we are harnessing is like human and animal and plant life force energy? And the reason why it's so dark and like evil and just is because we have depleted our like life force energy by charging our cell phones and, you know, using it to power a phone instead of it going back into the ether system. We're like using it to power a light bulb instead. The power is being, you know, the electricity is being used to do that instead. It's pretty weird, right? Something to think about. That was a stoner thought I've had in my head for probably 20 years. And that, because of that, it was actually right around the time that my grandma died. Because I was like, what if when we're using our microwave, we're like using up grandma? You know what I'm saying? Everything is electric. Of course, I'm just making stuff up. Was I there during the creation of human life? No. All of it is just theories. It's just what came to me one day. And that's why I actually relate to what I was talking about before, the guy on Tucker Carlson. Like I said, don't like Tucker Carlson, but I wanted to hear what that guy had to say. So anyway, the one of 2 episodes I've ever watched, this guy had was talking about how ancient people thought of the brain as the same type of organ as your nose or your eyes or your skin. Like, you're not creating the things you see with your eyes. You're not creating the smells that you smell with your nose. You're picking up on them in your environment, right? So the same thing they thought the brain was to them. And so it was an assumption that your brain was just picking up ideas that were already there. And, you know, you're just in the environment where it happens to be, you know? So I get like little ideas all the time like that. So that's how I got the idea to look for a house the day that I found this house. That's when I sold my van and got my bus, that's what happened. I got this urge. And when I ended up with getting my like, it's just everything I've ever gotten in my life, starting the rug stuff, like just everything, it's writing the book, it just was from this like strong urge I suddenly had one day. And it was just a thought that just came to me, and it was just like, you should do this. And so instead of being like, oh, that's silly, I couldn't do that, I was just like, okay. And then I just did it with no expectation of anything coming from it. I was just gonna do it because why not? Why not try? See what happens. Curiosity and gumption. You got to have kind of the audacity to just try things that come to your head. You know, a lot of things that I think of don't pan out into fruition, obviously. But I will say one really good example that everyone can relate to, that will prove my theory about the brain and the ideas being there and you into it, just picking up on them. How many times have you come up with an invention? It just, an idea hit you. And then literally like a week or two or a month, whatever, very shortly thereafter, you see it, someone invented it, like for real. And you remember Michael Jackson said that if he woke up in the middle of the night with an idea for a song, he would make everyone get together and record it immediately, because if he didn't do it, Prince would. Same line of thinking. It's, you're picking up on wavelengths, devil whispering to you, God or angels whispering to you, whatever it is, you're picking up on a frequency and you're noticing it. And so my theory in life is, if you notice something, it becomes your responsibility to do something about it. If I notice trash on the ground, I do not just walk past it. Now I've noticed it, it's my responsibility to do something about it. Obviously, no one else is going to do anything about it. So if I have the ability, if I have the power, I do something about it. And that's just kind of how I live my life. The same concept is for like coincidences. You're noticing something and then, whoa, crazy, you're noticing it over here again, and you're noticing it over here again. That's literally God talking to you and telling you, hey, there's something important about this that you need to like ponder on. Is this something you're supposed to be doing with yourself? Is it something you're supposed to be warned about? Like, there's some things going on that you need to pay attention. So when you notice things, you should be paying attention. And that goes for everything. Hi, baby. I'm such a lucky mom. I got the coolest kid literally ever. Elliot spent the day, he's at Lego camp. He's at Lego camp in Florida. And he had such a good time. I'm so happy. He's showing me what he built. And they're about to go on a walk. And then he's going to bed. He looks so tired. Oh my goodness. If I see racism, do I speak up? Yeah, if it's actually racism. But no, I don't call people racists unless they are actually it's actual racism. People like to throw around these words and, you know, make people into some kind of an evil villain when it's nuanced thinking. It's not racism or bigotry or what is it? What is that one? Homophobia? Yeah. But yeah, I am from the South, so I know what real, actual racism looks like. And I've actually been the victim of racism more than I've seen it in the world. I used to get beat up by black girls in my town who would call me all kinds of white slur names. I got stabbed in the foot when I was 8 years old with a metal fingernail file right in the top of my foot. Want to see the scar? You see the scar right here? I had to have stitches. I can't feel the tip of my toe. I've never been able to feel the tip of my toe. All this is completely numb. This has like electric feelings. All this area, whatever nerve it hit went that way. So it's like a lump. The lighting's not hitting it very good. But it was like right in that area. That's what she did. You know why she did it? Because I have a stupid cracker face. That's why. So, yeah. Racism, I do speak up when I see actual racism. But I don't throw terms like that around lightly. Because a lot of the times when you call out someone's bad behavior, they immediately default to whatever their minority status is. If they're gay, you're a homophobe. If they're black, you're a racist, or if they're any other, nationality. And not everybody does this, but a lot of people were really, really, really doing it quite a lot in the last number of years. So, oh shit, Candace Owens. It's like 20 minutes. Candace Owens is coming on. Thank goodness, something to listen to. I can stop yapping. I want to stare into space for a while. Ooh, I should make honey garlic. I keep forgetting to buy honey. Honey is expensive.
This week, the Senate will vote to merge our military's most sensitive and secretive capabilities with Israel. This merger is buried
No,
within
not
the
a fork.
massive NDAA,
Fingernail file.
National Defense Authorization Act, and they're hoping you won't notice. Merging our military with a foreign country is a treasonous betrayal of our sovereignty. Call your senators and tell them to vote no on the NDAA until the merger with Israel, Section 219, is taken out. Tell them that we will never support merging our military with a foreign nation. So I'm going to sprinkle these through the piece because I want people to do this. There are a few people who have been sharing this number around. The Senate switchboard number is 202-224-3121. If there was ever a time, we always get that question, what should I do? Well, do that. Do that. Very simple. Not going to take you long. If you have a little time, call that number, 202-224-3121.
Just like the old days. Pick up the phone.
I give zero fucks about what people think about me, Sheila.
Okay, so this is Kim Iverson breaking down a little bit. I'm sure our audience is very aware of what's in this bill, but here's a little breakdown in case you're not familiar.
The goal of this, according to Netanyahu, is to end U.S. aid to Israel. Now, you might think, oh, that's a great thing. We do want to end U.S. aid to Israel. Right. The workaround is to no longer need aid from the United States military
Because they
will just
are
become the United States military.
the military.
Netanyahu said, rather than being dependent on the U.S. military, we become partners. We share everything. Here's the article.
In other words, you take
president
all of our
says
military
it is to even
resources
allow
instead of just some of
the House
them.
vote on a provision that would pave the way for an unprecedented integration of the U.S. and Israeli military industrial complexes. After no debate on
I always
Monday,
forget
the
to
Rules
show
Committee
all
chose to
comments.
reject a bipartisan amendment introduced by Reps. Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey that would have stripped the United
Not
States
like I'm missing any
Defense
right now or
Technology
anything.
Corporation initiative from the bill. This provision they wanted to squelch creates an executive agent within the Department of Defense whose sole responsibility is furthering U.S. and Israeli
The
military
AI is
tech
like
integration
trying to make me
across
use it.
every facet of the defense process. It even specifically says in this provision that we will source and look for as much Israeli tech to integrate into our military as possible. That is a bad idea. That's the worst thing I've ever heard of. So if you
Oh yeah,
don't
so
want
we
that
can all blow
included,
up whenever we
Congressman,
use
call your
the
senator,
Israeli
tell
tech.
them you
Got it.
absolutely want them to oppose that bill unless they strike that from it, that you will not live in a nation that is beholden to another foreign nation. I was going to say something much more grotesque, but whatever. I mean, it's just so obvious. Israel is taken over. We're not a sovereign country anymore.
Don't go black-pilled, Kim. Don't go black-pilled.
I was going to
Still
say
want
something anti-Semitic, but I decided not to. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah. We want Kim to play some jazz drums on a track for us. So hang on, Kim. Hang on. And Dennis Kucinich has been raising the alarm about this. This was I think July 8th, so about a week ago, with Ron Paul.
No.
Yeah, the Prime Minister of Israel is taking credit for the legislation that was put into the National Defense Authorization Act of 2027.
I mean, yes, I could, but no, I won't.
Because people have the ability to direct the U.S. military. I mean, it's mind-boggling when you think about it. And this particular proposal, by the way
It's
structured,
completely
you know, when I first
not something I
Just so you
ever.
know, Dennis is not
I don't ever think about my tattoos other people do.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
heard about it, I said, I have to read the legislation, because let me tell you, folks who are watching, you have to read the legislation in order to understand its workings. And the way this is written, it puts the Department of Defense in the driver's seat over other federal departments, including state. And then this policy has, it runs through the whole government. I mean, this really, you could almost say this is a takeover. And, you know, for some it'll sound hysterical, but the truth is that it is laying the groundwork for an entanglement.
Once you get involved, you can't undo.
That has never happened in the history of the United States. This is totally unprecedented.
Yeah, and don't forget, one of the provisions of this bill is that the president has no choice but to share American intelligence with Israel. And if the president wants
Sounds
to
like
hold back
United States
intelligence
is wanting
from
to hold
Israel,
back some.
they have to go to Congress and explain why. No kidding. So here's Netanyahu framing this as they have been framing it consistently as Israel no longer taking aid from the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's what this is.
So do you have a timeline by which you would like to see that U.S. foreign aid down to zero?
Yes, it's military aid actually. Yeah, we were talking about beginning it this year and going for 10 years, but we might shorten it. And that was something, by the way, that I did when I was first elected and came to Congress. We had financial, not military support, but financial aid to Israel, and I said.
Does it disturb, hold on one second, does it disturb your spirit in the way that it does mine, listening to someone just like straight up lie? Because it really, really disturbs me. Like sometimes I struggle to get through it.
Session of Congress that we're going to bring it down to zero, and we did that.
How about we just bring it down to zero now?
Until it finally disappeared. You know, we could talk about that, but we're talking about that with the administration right now.
Well, Prime Minister, will that drawing down foreign aid from the United States to Israel be compensated by the proposal to have a merging of some sort between our Pentagon and your military?
Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership. So we take away.
So we just take the money, all of it, access to all of it.
Which is one part, but the other part is we co-invest in equal measures in the new technologies that are needed to give our military and your military the advantage.
He's got some shifty eyes right now.
Unbelievable projects. So we invest jointly and take the fruits.
He's literally doing this the whole
You
time.
get these protesters on the campus. They don't usually carry beepers, but they have phones, and we make the technology for that too. So just imagine 20 protesters on Columbia campus, their heads explode. Imagine.
This is like the version of, you go out to breakfast. No, I'll get this one. I'll pick up this one. You pick up the next one. You'll get the next one. I'll get this one. This one being the, $5 breakfast at the diner. The next one is the 5-star, the 5-course meal there that you have to pick up because he got that one. Notice the change in tone. Notice how confident he was in asserting that there's going to be no more aid. And then when they ask what's the catch, all of a sudden he's well,
Right.
yes,
Well, right. Well,
yes, all of a sudden he's a mess.
Yeah, here's the spin. Here's the spin. But he's ready to spin it. It's an unbelievable partnership. That's what it is. The partnership.
I cannot believe that my left and right side are lifting equally of each other. This has been literally like 5 solid years
The other thing is that we share with America unbelievable
to get to this point.
to save American life. General
I wonder if I could reach up.
When he was working in American intelligence, what Israel was giving the United States was
quite.
worth, he said, 5 CIAs. I don't. I'm not trying to be mathematically exact, but Israel's contributions to
the only way I can reach up is if I turn my arm and then it can go up.
Incredible.
But
and since yours
I can't just
too, and you're,
go straight up like I can with this one.
Liberty and free markets, I think the mission of our two
I guess it is kind of twisting there at the end anyway, but not like
would,
I'm locked.
America's position,
Like I can't go any further.
both in the economic
It's got to do that.
marketplace and in the military
A wide
battlefield
turn.
in many important ways. So that's the idea. The idea is to take away aid, one-sided aid, and move it into bilateral investments.
That makes a difference.
Well, it certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later. Thank you so much, Prime Minister.
We'll have to work that out.
Somebody got a phone call after that segment, I promise you.
If I straighten it first and then raise it up.
No, it's pretty terrifying. It's pretty terrifying.
It's right here that it's not. It's like tight, and it just
How
won't
are you going to live in a country where you're not sovereign? You're already
go
not sovereign.
up.
There is absolutely no rationale
Why
other
does it
than
want
that,
to do
our
that?
government is owned by Israel to do something like this. The American people, of course, don't want anything like this. There's no will for anything like this. This is why, at the end of the day, look, I appreciate Michael Tracy bringing his rape apology into the Plattner campaign. But at the end of the day, the argument there's no there with Epstein, I mean, to me, these things are exhibit A, B, C, and D. If there is no blackmail, I just don't believe it's just the money. There's a lot of money out there. You don't have to take money to completely
No,
sell
not
out
in
the country
person.
like this. I don't think money alone explains this level.
I'm gonna put on Candace Owens here in a minute.
And frankly, treasonous to the country that you're supposed to be representing in Congress or in the executive branch. I have EU policy project. Here's something else to do. Tomorrow, the Senate will vote to advance the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act that sets Pentagon policy and currently has multiple obscure provisions that would allow Israel to have greater access to U.S. intelligence and weapons manufacturing. Senators Chris Van Hollen and Senator Sanders are leading the charge against passing the NDAA until these provisions can merge components of our military with Israel's
Getting there.
and voted on. All your senators right now,
Slowly but surely.
no on advancing the NDAA.
Getting there.
Is trying to attach
What
the
was that?
SAFE Act to a bill
Did you guys see that flash?
that betrays our sovereignty by merging our military technology and supply lines with a country of 10 million people that's been at war with its own citizens for its 78-year existence. Who are we saving? And there's a little more.
In the NDAA Section 219, which is going to start commingling our military supply chains and technology with Israel's. Doesn't make sense to do that with a country of 10 million people.
There's another, I knew it. I literally was telling people today, I was like, you know, this whole Israel and U.S. merging their militaries, they voted on that today. I think it did not pass, but they're just going to come in with another attempt, you know, in a more subtle way. They make a big show of, you know, this one, and it didn't pass, so then, you know, people are like, oh, whew, it's over, and then they just do it in secret after. That's what's happening. And it's true with the NDAA that's happening. The National Defense Alliance allocation budget.
Well, they're going to give me a vote, so we don't have to do the discharge petition on
I gotta go pee.
defunding of the State Department.
You're out back.
Section 219. I mean, that is a place where you could use a discharge petition, but you got to know that you're going to get 218 signatures, and that's rather difficult right now. We'll see how the defund vote goes.
Okay. That's why they have to get them out. Owen Schroyer. They know it's unpopular and losing the people fast and got to get it done against our will as quickly as possible, of course. Of course. That's scum that they are. They're trying to frame this as, oh, you don't want to give aid to Israel. Don't lie. You're not going to give any more aid. We want to end the aid. We want to end it. We are asking. We went to the White House. We said, clean the skid mark out of my shorts, and also we're going to end the aid.
Please, you've done enough, please.
You've done enough.
Please, I'll get this one.
I'll get this. Now, as you have probably heard, breaking news. There's an interesting theory of government. Apparently, we fought that whole revolution for nothing. We're going back to the bloodlines determining who holds seats in government. So Donald Trump's theory of politics is that your closest relative gets to take your seat.
Fox News Alert, we just spoke moments ago about this. President Trump is recommending that Governor Henry McMaster appoint Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, to serve as interim senator for the great state of South Carolina. Fox has been told by a senior source at the U.S. Capitol this is likely the direction the appointment will go. Darlene and the late senator were very close.
Okay. Well, why would they do that? So here's from James Lee. Remember, the 2027 NDAA vote will likely happen this week or next. The one with a provision to merge the U.S. and Israeli militaries. They needed to appoint someone who would vote exactly as they tell them to. That's why they chose Lindsey Graham's sister to replace him. So, there you go. And one more time from our friend Gen X Girl, who's been all over this story from the beginning. Call your senators, folks. 202-224-3121. This is kind of the ball game. Once this happens, it's like getting gum in your hair, man. Good luck. Good luck getting it out once it's in there.
Yeah,
You
this
gotta
is an
stop it
entanglement you
before it
can't
happens.
undo.
And, Kim is right. Like, I don't even know how you live in this country. Like, the implications of that as they build out flock cameras and hand all our personal information to Palantir, when Netanyahu is saying, we have great technology, you have great technology. What is he talking about? He's talking about Silicon Valley goons like Carl and Teal, who have all your information, courtesy of their PayPal mafia buddy Elon, who under the pretense that he's saving America from waste, fraud, and abuse, rifled through everybody's personal information, stole it, and gave it to these guys. Now you're going to have Israel in there with access.
Did you guys know, I found this out before they started talking about it. Somebody who works for Alex Jones talked about it, and I'm pissed that it was him that talked about it because a lot of people didn't believe it, but it is true. You can Google it. You should Google it. Google what's the name of the company who verifies identification for the blue check mark on Twitter. Look at the name of the company. Look at where they're based. So Elon Musk hired a company called AU1TIX, I think it is. And they're based in Israel. And if you have a blue check mark on Twitter and you had to show your ID, the company that verified you are who you say you are is based in Israel. So they have all of your personal information now. And it's kind of ironic because so many of these people who are anonymous Twitter users that are supposedly telling the truth about everything and all that stuff, and they just handed over their ID like that. It's kind of weird. You see how it's not pushing my stuff anymore? There was 200 people in this chat earlier, watching me literally stare at a wall.
If you're somebody who goes out to these protests, good luck, man.
They don't want very many people hearing about this phone number to call Senate and stop this from happening.
This is going. Good luck speaking out in any way against Israel once it's
Y'all girls got it easy. Sky blue chair in the right back. Ha, yous guys got to put in work. What?
From Israel. That's game over. That's literally people having to go and live in exile territory if this happens. So we gave you the number multiple times. Make that call.
Yeah, I think the framing of it as a military partnership is almost kind of deceptive because it's an intelligence partnership. It's a surveillance partnership. That's the most terrifying part of it. I don't know where they're at in terms of Senate votes. They would obviously need to get to 60 because it's not a budget matter, right? So it's not filibuster proof. Are there Democrats who are going to vote against this in large enough numbers? I mean, there's a whole lot of Democrats who I would think are pretty bought and paid for by Israel who side with the Republicans. Like,
Do not stand on your hair.
Where the votes lie at this point, what the count is. If I had to guess, I would guess it's going to pass. It's not to say you shouldn't pick up the phone and try
What
to
does that mean?
convince your senator.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, but no, I mean, my guess is that it's going to pass. At which point, and this is kind of been my overarching point, over the past couple of months here. At which point, it's going to fall to the president to take this out, to undo this. It would require proactive measures from the president to basically undo this. At which point party preference goes out the window, right? Thomas Massey's running for president with a promised to undo this, then he's the guy you have to back. Like you gotta, you have to think in terms of, and I've said this has been the beat I've been on the last few shows because I think it's the most pressing thing now. You have to find that broad civil libertarian coalition that exists in the public. I mean, that's why they don't fucking campaign on any of these things. That's why they don't campaign on data centers. That's why they don't campaign on flock cameras. That's why they don't campaign on tying the, Mossad to the fucking American military, right? Like, nobody campaigns on this because they know nobody wants this. The challenge is, of course, raising that consciousness amongst a population that is just so depressed and deprived.
Have just my crotch on camera, but I also don't want to like
because everything else is so bad. I mean, when you look at just the betrayal after betrayal after betrayal, Caitlin Johnston put out a tweet earlier that's like, listen, if you're still a Trump supporter after all of these betrayals, you're just a pathetic simp. Like what about any of this has been to make Americans' lives better? Nothing. And the data shows it. Which we'll talk about a little bit later in the show. But it's this really troubling dynamic and kind of an unsolvable dynamic. I hate to be black-pilled again, but that you have this real disconnect between these issues that sort of exist independent of economic circumstance, and then you have the issues of economic circumstance that just dominate people's minds when they go to vote. The idea is you have to, of course, fuse those, right? You have to, I guess, lead with what makes people's lives better and attach that to an anti-surveillance program. It's very hard to see how that shakes out. It's very hard to see how that shakes out because, unfortunately, it seems like the only people who are willing to go to bat against things like this, I shouldn't say the only people, but a good number of people who are willing to go to bat against things like this are people who are still stuck in this mindset that, the one big beautiful bill didn't cut enough of the social safety net. So how do you harness the majority in it?
Right.
I mean, you got guys like Ro Khanna who are out there, but can they win? That's a different topic, I guess. That's
Can they win and then can they not get taken out of the prop plane?
Exactly. I mean, these are the things. But once again, the step one is you just have to raise that consciousness with as many people as possible, and this is a way of bringing foreign policy back home because obviously, even if people are not, versed in Middle Eastern geopolitics, we've seen in the response to these data centers and these flock cameras going up everywhere, people don't want the government looking up their ass. That is a broad sentiment that sort of transcends a lot of left-right barriers.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a very American sentiment, right? You're not really, running uphill with that message. I mean, that is a pretty easy message to sell to most people. It's just a question of how do you harness that. It's a very, very difficult thing, and it gets more difficult as times get tougher.
Please clap.
should add heavier weights. No, I don't listen to that stuff all day. I don't really like those guys that much, actually. Those guys are Jewish liberals. But when people are telling the truth, I listen to what they're saying. And when people are not telling the truth, I don't listen to them anymore. You break my trust and then I don't listen to you no more. I wonder where my thingies are. Yay, now this will put more strain. medium, and heavy. I'll do medium. Loose. Light. Face that way, hold straight, and then go. It turned out outward. Don't judge my form. I don't care. Any day now, Candace. Any day. Oy. Right, and then what's the other one? Not that one. Turn your foot in and go out that way, right? Oh my god. Oh shit, that hurts.
All right, you guys, I would say happy Wednesday, but England just lost to Argentina, so my house is in a state of mourning. Unfortunately, I have more bad news. Despite our best efforts, no one in the entire world reached out to our tip line yesterday in response to our silver alert. No one saw a bald man wandering around looking like he had a bad case of amnesia, marking time in Salt Lake City on September 10th. I am so sorry, Blakey.
Oh boy. That wakes up the muscles like you would not believe. When you go back, just make sure your foot is away from you. And when you're going forward, turn your foot all the way in. And I promise you, when you do squats after that or anything, that lights your muscles up, wakes them the fuck up. That's like a little pre-workout thing I found on the, from like a physiologist. I don't know what he was. Doctor of muscles. Yeah, I've got really strong thighs.
Stated explicitly that she believes government is engaged in a cover-up of sorts, at least not telling the truth about what happened on that fateful night in Butler, Pennsylvania. Imagine that. Welcome back to Candace.
But I have no ass, which is ultimately what needs to change, is I need more glutes because I want more strength and speed. If my glutes aren't strong, then I'm not as powerful.
Okay, so a couple of quick updates at the top here. We received a lot of emails from you guys, people that were sending us the inside of their Freedom shirts that they purchased, they bought from Victoria Holdings USA following Charlie's assassination. But foremost, you should know that those shirts were not actually sold by the charity. They made an insane profit by running those through for-profit arm. But beyond that, they sold you a cheaper version of what Charlie was wearing. So you guys sent it like, Candace, it's all cotton. The Freedom shirt, it's all cotton. Well, that's not what Charlie was wearing on September 10th. For whatever reason, Charlie was wearing a customized Carhartt shirt. which was, we are thinking it's got to be either the one that is 50% polyester or 95% polyester. I'm going to show you that photo of Charlie here, and you can see in the right-hand corner, we have that Carhartt logo. So you guys were sold a cheaper version. It would, however, be interesting to know who had this custom shirt made for Charlie. Because I can tell you that also is new. That brand is new. I am, every Turning Point college stop that I ever did with Charlie, we just wore typically the same t-shirts that the student chapter was wearing.
Well, obviously that was in the, baby stages. Holy gosh, my butt muscles are on fire right now. Where my sit bones are.
To be a little extra controversial. I have to say, I don't think I have ever worn a polyester shirt at Turning Point on campus ever. You can go back and look and let me know.
Yeah, but now they have money, Candace, so that's like a silly one.
That reflected the tour that we were on is what we were wearing.
Of course, they sold a cheaper
Here's
version.
something that's even more interesting. Remarkably, Beck and Kelly, man, she's kind of the ground zero of, she interviewed all these people early on, and now what they told her is becoming relevant. And she specifically happened to ask one of Charlie's many new about the Freedom shirts.
My butt.
And I'm sorry to report to you guys, but there is going to be just a little touch of amnesia in this clip as well from Charlie's second, third, or fourth assistant, Nate Walker. Take a listen.
Yeah, I was Charlie's executive assistant. The day-to-day Charlie, make sure he has his food, water, clothes, all the stuff that he doesn't need to think about. I would do for him. And,
clothes? How do you do clothes?
Yeah, you figure that out. It was difficult. Not the easiest job.
We put clothing racks in the warehouse.
Yeah, some days I would just have to guess, figure out what is Charlie going to want to wear today, and sometimes I'd be right, sometimes not. But
can I ask you this? Not to take it to a darker place, but we're all wearing these Freedom shirts, the same shirt that Charlie was wearing, and Dave was killed. What is there a story behind this shirt?
Yeah, so we usually bring
Put your head up.
shirts to the campus stops, and I asked Charlie in the car, Charlie, what shirt do you want to wear? He goes, I want to wear the Freedom shirt. That's not controversial.
What were the other options?
Well, I can't remember.
Did he wear the one that my son has with Trump giving double middle fingers?
No, it's twice. It would always say something. Never surrender. Here I am. Short
A lot happening there. Okay, so he went on and did this difficult task of picking out shirts, and then Mike McCoy comes out and tries to make it seem like it was a really hard thing. We got a t-shirt. We have the room. It's got a lot of t-shirts, and this guy, Nate Walker, grabbed a couple, and then I guess turned to Charlie and said, which one would you like to wear? And Charlie said, I don't want to be controversial. I'm not known for being controversial. That's literally why he went onto college campuses and found a Turning Point. Was to bring the controversy and the discussion there. This is a Charlie that I really don't know. Maybe they're telling the truth. Maybe I really didn't know Charlie, and he was just pretending for all these years. The Charlie I knew, we were dropping black exit from the Democrat Party. We were wearing him too during the peak of Me Too. But Charlie this time said, I'd like a Carhartt shirt because it says freedom and because it's not controversial. And then when she asked what were the other options, he's like, I don't remember. Just blacked out on what other t-shirts he picked. How many options did Charlie need? When did Charlie turn into such a diva? So many questions. Let's just remember us. Just putting on whatever t-shirt and not even caring at all about that. Anyways, there's that. So I did happen to ask some Turning Point employees, former and current, if Carhartt was one of their vendors, and I was told no. This is quite an expensive shirt, actually. And I don't remember us having ever worked with them. And so, there you go. If you happen to know anything about how, or if there was just this one custom shirt made for Charlie, please do send us an email at moretips@candaceowens.com. It's just interesting. Another quick update and a thank you also to the person who sent us over the tip that Frank Turek also worked with Bank of America. We did that little chart for you yesterday. And we're like, well, all of these people, his parents were just working at Bank of America Merrill Lynch at the exact same time. How interesting, how fascinating. And it turns out Frank Turek gets to join the crew. For 15 years, he worked as a consultant in New Jersey to Bank of America until 2011. Who knew? I actually wonder if he happened to cross Tyler Warner's dad, who temporarily located Tyler and his family to New Jersey frame because he needed to serve as an executive to Bank of America. It is just incredible. You know, from Bank of America to politics, it kind of makes me want to open a Merrill Lynch account, right? Check out this headline following Frank Turek's ouster. Tells us Christian Post reporting back in 2011 that he was the Christian consultant and was fired over his book on gay marriage. The article tells us that just months after being fired from Cisco Systems in California over an anti-gay marriage book, Christian consultant Dr. Frank Turek was also given the boot from Bank of America. Turek was doing work on and off for Bank of America for about 15 years, mainly conducting leadership and team building programs. Other clients have included Coca-Cola, Home Depot. Among others, the U.S. Navy veteran was hired in May to present at a meeting of Bank of America's Global Business Management Analysis team, which is within the Global Wealth and Investment Management. Wealth and Investment, talked about that yesterday. I'm just wondering if, did you guys, maybe not. Maybe Bank of America's just a really big bank. You guys all have to be attached to it. We already know anyway. That's not going to get. Anyway, today, what I wanted to discuss with you guys is another portion of the Title Robinson hearing, a portion which quite literally made me sit up straight. It was a testimony that was given by Sergeant Jennifer Filomena. She is within the UB Department of Public Safety, and I was sitting on a couch taking notes on everything with Carrie Muller on my side on the couch in Spain. And she will tell you, I completely freaked out. I actually said, wait, rewind that. I'm having a memory floating from the back to the front of my mind. I was a little bit panicked about it. I made her just over and over again, and then I was texting Skylar, and it was a particular portion that caused me to react that way. I want you to listen to what Sergeant Filomena says, and more importantly, I want you to pay attention to her demeanor, social cues. She's clearly uncomfortable, and she's going to suffer from a little bit of amnesia. It's going around. Everyone is suddenly finding Dory. Take a listen.
Yeah, of course. When officers were canceling the scene, they were also trying to see, right, the route of the shooter as well as just trying to find.
I felt too good. I lost my balance.
They determined that the Fulton Library stood out because there were unattended items there at the bus stops that were away from the courtyard area, and so to them they thought it was suspicious.
And we're certainly going to seize from and what were they?
Yes, he had a backpack, a jacket, as well as some gloves, and we had been some other things. I just don't recall them right now.
And do you recall what the item numbers were? Which piece was it? 9? Does that ring a bell?
I don't remember.
Whatever was seized was sent to the FBI lab for processing.
Yes.
And along with some information that the suspect may have shed some of these items as he fled, correct?
Yes.
Was a decision at some time made, and you were requesting that both DNA and other type of analysis get done?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide to pull the plug on that?
At the time when it was already sent, we didn't have more information as far as whether or not the evidence that were collected there were probative.
But eventually you communicated to the lab that those items were not in fact connected with the case, and there's no need to do further testing.
I don't communicate that.
Okay. If that's in the notes of the FBI or the ATF, would that be inconsistent with what you do? Okay, I'm mentioning because some of the reports, the lab reports, have those items listed. I just want to be clear that those items eventually you determined were not related to this case. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a weird time for your memory to go out. You found in all this like the biggest manhunt plausibly ever, biggest assassination without question since JFK. I think bigger than the JFK assassination. Global interest in this case. You're on the manhunt. You find unattended items.
I wonder if I could do that ab machine yet.
A backpack, a jacket, and gloves. That's interesting because it was like what 90 degrees. So what kind of gloves are we talking that you found unattended at the bus stop by the library? And I wish we had showed you the lead up to this question because what it's essentially asking her is, you have made it clear that the person who jumped off Pelosi Center ran this particular route. Just so you guys know, the library is not near Pelosi Center. So the reason why that route became significant and why they noticed these abandoned odd items, of which she's only recalling in her fuzzy memory 3 of them, but he goes on to say there was actually 9. And you guys wanted it to be tested and then suddenly told the feds not to test it. Do you remember telling the feds not to test it? Okay, well it's in their notes. Is it correct? Yeah, it's in the notes. It's correct. You don't remember telling them not to test? Who was wearing a jacket and gloves? Near the Fulton Library. We're going to talk about why that is relevant. Anyway, the reason that those details immediately jogged my memory was because of that route. Right back in the early investigation, my early investigation, someone had told me specifically that they were there by the bus stop, and they actually ended up making a report about having seen the alleged shooter, someone on the roof, and had a totally different description of what the person looked like. Described the person as wearing all black tactical gear and intentionally having every piece of their body covered in black tactical gear. Tactical gloves. You might think, I don't think we're talking winter gloves. Like I said, somebody can tell me in the chat here, I think it was literally like 85 degrees in Utah. So I think if you found gloves, it's just relevant in general. Who's wearing, bringing, holding, and dropping gloves? And what were the other 6 items that were found? This individual told me they spoke to students at the bus stop in front of the library.
My poor shoulders. They're gonna be strong.
He was able to do that because he
that little swoop, that's what I'm after.
The person who captured the gunman on Losey Center in a video as he began lying prone for the shot. You guys remember this video? It was the most widely spread video on that day, I believe, beyond the video of Charlie actually getting hit. I'm talking about the most widely spread video of the shooter allegedly on the rooftop. This is the first one to have circulated. And I'm going to let you watch the video so you know specifically what I'm talking about.
Get right up. I think you already did first. You think that. Oh, there's somebody on the roof over there? Sam? Just ran from over there, ran in.
Person recording this footage is the person that I tracked down. It was not easy to track him down, but I've stayed in touch with him since, and he has never changed his description of the person that he saw on the rooftop and the person that he saw run away off of the rooftop thereafter. He described an individual, like I said, in all black and tactical gear, possibly wearing a helmet. And after he realized that the police had arrested the wrong person, I'm referring to decoy.
I can feel the muscles like under here.
Walked over to the UVU command
like tightening and straining up.
That's not the guy that can't do that. It's just he's right there. The feds
I forgot they existed until just now.
2 days later, he has never been called by
I don't want to do that.
prosecution.
I'm done.
Weird, you got this case coming up. You would think he would reach out to this person who the video, eyewitness accounts. He's also willing to testify. He would be a very credible witness because it happens to be that he works with guns.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
What he told me. And for reference, this discussion was had on September 25th. So this was just 15 days following Charles' assassination. And I had intentionally just, edited out any identifying information regarding who this person is for now until he wants to fully come forward. Take a listen.
About 5 seconds after I started recording this one, I posted fired. And I saw everything but a multiple actions. So it's flashed me through. And just kind of visually see the video. I couldn't see the gun at the time. It was just an initial memory. But we felt like because the impact from the shot going off, I thought it sounded like a shot. Report, it sounded more like an AR than a large warning rifle, but of course I've never heard a gunfire, around buildings like that. I'm always out outside in the desert or something like that. So yes.
In your video, you say that you witnessed him running, and the feds report say that he dropped onto that Losey Center roof at 12:15. So where did you see him running? Was it right when he instantly run and dive into the shot, or did you see him run and then started recording after the
What? 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 Hi. Hi.
We saw him clear the edge of the building.
Hi.
And up and down, he would go down, look around, and then run, stand up and run maybe 6 feet forward, and then go down and around again, 6 feet forward until he got to the edge of the roof. So like a sort of tactical movement, I would say, which is why I started recording, because it was, I assume he was a security guard for the event. And that's why I started recording, is because the security guard would be heading towards the main tent, and being moving up and down with the long guns. And I was like, that's a little strange. Let's at least record this because this guy is.
What?
So by the time I had my phone out, he was in position, and I was of course already able to look around. So there's a viewing the event.
I love you. Yes, I do. Oh my god, you are so in heat. This is so weird. You're being so weird. Can't stand you when you're like this.
The video, and then about 5 seconds after I stopped the video, that's when he fired. And then firing, he was maybe on the ground for 5 more seconds before he stood up and absolutely sprinted off the roof.
Okay, and just in what you saw with your eyes, did that look like he was wearing jeans or tactical gear?
No, not jeans. It was all tactical. He definitely had a face mask on. At the range we were at, we were about 175 yards from him. I've looked it up after the event. I've kind of done some scoping on Google Maps to see exactly how far we were. I couldn't tell if he was wearing gloves, so I couldn't tell race because all of his skin covered, but I know he was wearing completely all black.
Fascinating. So I don't wire. It's very strange that the feds are putting out just a totally different story here. Because actually on the police scanner, they described a guy in a face mask and tactical gear. So again, I think most people called that in, and then suddenly now they're saying he just kind of wore jeans or something. So I'm very confused by that.
No, I agree, and that was my description to the officers on scene about an hour
the good stuff right there.
Out. I ran back inside the perimeter and I ran to the command center and I showed them my video. I said, "You guys have the wrong guy. You got this." It turned out to be George Zen.
Yeah.
You got this old man. I saw the shooter on the roof. This is what he's wearing. This is how old he looks because he was running fast as soon as he took the shot. So that could have been some old man. And I thought he was wearing a black tactical helmet as well because he looked like he had a slightly larger head than normal at that range. But of course, I was far enough that I couldn't really see those details very well.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely all black. And the rifle looked smaller than the Mauser they recovered.
Specifically, he tells me that it looked like a 223, and like I said, he knows guns. I also wish to point out the alleged gunman's movements, jumping down from the roof, going up, down, 6 feet, up, down, making tactical movements like this person was trained. He was convinced that this person was professional.
Exactly.
None of that really matches the video that we've seen thus far. Which, by the way, they did gut, if I'm correct, a minute out of the video that they showed in court. Nobody really knows why they intentionally removed a minute from the rooftops. Is it because they didn't want us to see those tactical movements? Why is this guy...
Have you ever had someone scratch your back so good it like literally made chills go down your body, almost like a body orgasm? I think that is a biological mechanism in order to make females more receptive to male cats. Because female cats are usually kind of like fuck off, but when their back gets so itchy, it probably makes them, like put their ass out because it feels so damn good when they get, because the male cat bites down and scratches them. And so then they're like, oh shit, scratchy backs. And then she gets tricked into putting her ass in the air, boom.
Well, with their fed, sloppy narrative. And remember, I just want to remind you,
her back is itching, and that's why she's rolling on the ground so much.
Over to the library, which
she wants me to just scratch the shit out of her back. Look how she goes stiff.
We thought we had to recover these items, but then I don't remember why we decided not to test these items.
She normally doesn't like her back scratched like this.
Sounded like it could be tactical gear.
She likes her belly rubbed. She doesn't like her back scratched.
I'd say it's a little hot for a jacket and some
Whoa,
gloves.
yeah.
And remember, there was a string of 911 calls about the library.
It's so funny when she straightens out and becomes like a long cat.
The library was was actually subsequently placed onto a lockdown.
She's so horny.
Why do they not
She's
to test
so
those
horny.
objects, which were abandoned?
She can't have the babies. I know.
Who found them or what the other objects were? I don't know
We'll
what
get
the
through
business
this
of how
together.
please let me know. And I also want to show you this 911 call of people talking about the Fulton Library. Take a listen.
Right on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt. Just advising, there is another report. Gunshots heard near the library at UB. They're trying to lock the library down now, still gathering.
She's literally like all like stiff and curled at the same time. Oh, poor girl. This must be terrible. Can't imagine the torment. I can't imagine the torment.
What are we supposed to make of that? Why did we just ignore all of this? And we can show you on the map here how far the library is from the Rosie Center.
Poor girl.
And again, her demeanor.
She's so horny.
When you say you just don't
You
remember
already
something on that
know.
day, I don't buy it.
She wants that spiny.
The adrenaline rushing through them. This is going to be the biggest
So she
manhunt
can say meow.
possibly in the history of the United States. And you're telling me you just don't remember what happened thereafter. You weren't paying attention when you asked the FBI. Did you ask the FBI?
I refuse to allow you outside.
The FBI is telling you that you have to now tell the public. Go back and watch. She's testifying and then she just gets...
Why the hell is she having a heat right now?
In that moment.
That's what I want to
In
know.
my view. Anyway,
It's too
we'll be right
soon.
back after a brief break. All right, you guys, our great nation turned 250 this year. We represent 2.5 centuries of possibility, growth, and some of the greatest minds in human history. What will be the next 250 years? The next generation of Americans could be the most impactful, but first they must be given their chance at life. That's why I'm making this critical request today to give a special gift of $250 to Preborn to honor our country's milestone anniversary and celebrate our great future ahead. Your gift will help provide 8 ultrasounds. Preborn is helping today's mothers choose life by providing these free ultrasounds so they can meet their baby for the first time. Help new mothers realize that they can give their baby life and that motherhood is possible. Celebrate America's birthday with your $250 gift to Preborn today. To donate, simply dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby.
Did you just come to reality?
250 baby, or visit
Are you back to normal for a minute?
Again, that's preborn.com.
Are you feeling that post-coital shame?
Also want to tell you guys about Pure Talk.
You look like you're feeling a little shameful there. Oh, no. Right back to it.
Pure Talk comes in with the same service for a tiny fraction of the cost. And
She
now,
literally just looked at me like she had, like, you know, the walk of shame.
at just $15 a month.
She just looked at me like she felt ashamed about her fucking theatrics. You good? Good, Mama. She does not want to be on camera. Oh shit. You back for round 2? Just needed a breather. I know those chemicals are hard. That's why you gotta train your children before they go through puberty to have self-control. If you teach your children to have self-control when they hit puberty and all those chemicals are flowing through their veins, they will be more capable of making better decisions for themselves. Yeah, that's as far as this is going. I'm not sure what you're thinking. I'm done. You're getting a little too serious for me, friend. She's like, hello. Stop putting your butt in the air. I'm gonna stop touching you, weirdo. Fucking cats. All right, well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna relax for a little while. I'm gonna go take a bath, and I may start to work on some rug making and stuff for a little while, but I'm gonna do it by myself while I listen to my book. There's a very slim chance that I may go on TikTok, but I really want to listen to my book and do some rug making stuff, so I can't do that on YouTube either way. So anyway, see you later, guys. Thanks for hanging out.